Hello there. Yes, starting soon. um, Sorry I'm a bit late today. Had to uh fix some basic tech issues, so yay. They weren't mine, but well, tech support. You guys probably know the deal. Anyways, how are all you doing? Yeah, basic tech support. Yay! It's always great when you've got several jobs that you're not even like they're not going to be in my CV or anything like that, and I'm not getting paid for them, but I'm still several people's tech support person. So, yes, all tech issues are mine. Anyways, um, they're at least, well, dealt with for now. So, slash postponed. Good enough. Hello, how you doing? So, I'm glad I don't have an exam today, too. So, I'll hopefully be able to do a longer stream today, not just 2 hours. Yes, it's way too early. I don't even know what grade I have, so, yeah. Uh, I attended the exam. Can't really tell you any more than that. Is the stream doing okay? Because it's having issues on my end. Maybe not. Could just be me. Alright. Um, I don't know. I generally do not think too much about it. Really, it's cutting out. Weird. I, I wouldn't know why. Well. Ah. Okay. Maybe my upload speed isn't quite where it's supposed to be for some reason. Anyways. Um. Yeah, it does seem to be acting up a bit on my end. So, don't know what to think about that. Anyways. Uh, yeah, I don't really think too much about an exam after having finished the exam, because, well, there's no real point if I don't have the grade yet, and I'm just sitting around trying to figure out how well I did. I'm wasting time that I could be using to do other things, like study for more exams. So, yeah, not going to try and analyze how well I did or didn't do, because it's just a waste of time. I'm just waiting for my results. Trying to figure them out in advance is not gonna work, so might as well just not try and do that. Yes, more exams! There's always more exams. If there's one certainty in the world, it's more exams. We might reach the heat death of the universe, but more exams. Yeah, I'm not sure why it seems to be dropping frames every now and then. I hope it's not too bad. As long as it doesn't crash, it's good enough. So. Alright. So. The great thing is, I wasn't able to save after the whole chapter thing, so basically I have to just redo the final bar, well, the club scene thing. There. The game was stuttering for me, so that was a bit silly.
You again? What is it now?
Okay. Alright, I'm a Ritter.
I tell you, I am a Ritter of Rittersburg.
And I tell you, I need proof.
Yes, great. Basically, I had to replay through part of the game, so that was great. Because I didn't want to skip whatever happens after this scene. So, Chapter 2. There we are. Continue. Yeah, the game is stuttering for me. I don't know why.
There's still a couple of months before they close applications. No, I don't know that yet. Mom, will you please speak English? I'm not a sales clerk. I don't know what you should tell him. Just tell him that.
I don't know why the audio is so weird.
I'm not ready for that yet.
I think I might have to restart the game. I don't know.
I have to go, Mom. I have to go. I'll call you.
Yeah, I'll restart the game.
Love you. Bye.
Wait, now it's working.
Sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
Or not.
I just love.
Yeah, I'm restarting the game. Don't mind me. And no, I'm not really doing anything in the background that I'm aware of. I mean, I can check if Steam is trying to do things. Maybe it is. Steam, are you being silly again? Yes, it is. How about not doing that? Thanks. Alright, I hope that fixes it. So. There we go. And let's try this again. Hopefully with fewer audio issues.
I told you I will if this doesn't work out. There's still a couple of months before they close applications. No, I don't know that yet. Mom, will you please speak English? I'm not a sales clerk. I don't know what you should tell him. Just tell him that I'm gonna be here a while longer. I'm not ready for that yet. I have to go, Mom. I have to go. I'll call you later. Love you. Bye. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I just love Blake Backlash, don't you?
He's something, all right.
Oh, he's so masculine and so handsome and, well, sexy. It just about took my breath away when he seduced that female sidekick of his. What is her name?
Fujitsu.
That's right, Fuji, he called her. You have read
this. 2450.
Wow.
She just melted, didn't she?
Wow.
Fuji.
Great name.
They just don't make men like that anymore.
You would think so, wouldn't you?
Is it true that the author owns this bookstore?
That's what they tell me.
Of course, he must be awfully busy. Say, is there a good time when I might stop by? You know, if I wanted to get a look at him?
I wouldn't if I were you. He's awfully shy. It's his face. There was an accident.
Oh.
A terrible accident.
Yes.
Oh.
Which was,
Thank you.
his birth or something? I don't know. Well. Yes, a letter! Instant mail is great.
Gracie, something's
Not
come
even
up.
24 hours.
I'm on a new case. Too bad you're not here to help, but Gerda can handle any research I need. I know I have a lot to decide, but that and the new book are going to have to wait. I have a feeling this is important.
Gerda. I don't think so.
Is she gonna try and murder Gerda? Because that sounded ominous. Yeah, just a bit. To the point where she's traveling to a different continent. So,
I need
yeah.
to see Gabriel, please.
I'm sorry, her knight's not here.
He's great.
You must be Grace. I think we spoke on the phone.
When is Gabriel due back?
I don't know. He's gone for some time. Maybe you would like to stay at the castle and wait for him?
I don't have much choice, do I?
Grace isn't being very nice. But yeah, I guess more than one day passed, because, well...
Ups, ich hab nicht gewusst, dass einer hier ist. Ich bin hier für die Kamina fertig machen.
Yeah, it's okay. Fangen Sie ruhig an.
Okay. Yeah, he's there for the chimney, if I got that correctly. Once again, not a German speaker, so... it's sometimes difficult to figure out what they're trying to say. Because well... sometimes it's very confusing to figure out whether they're speaking English or German or a different language based on their pronunciation.
Nice view of the Alps.
No. No, she's not. But her pronunciation is better than the native chimney sweeps.
Nice closet.
Yes. It's a lovely closet. Alright, can I just close that again? Alright.
Kann ich Ihnen helfen?
Oh, nein, danke.
Okay. She was asking whether she could help him. She said, no thanks. Alright.
He doesn't need my help.
Yes, he doesn't. Anything else?
Ritter ancestors, I assume. Like the lion on the Ritter talisman. Interesting.
Yeah, they do like their lions. So now it's a lion hunting werewolves? Wait.
It's locked.
Is that a door to the library? Not sure I'm familiar with this room yet. It might be his bedroom. Well, this place changed. I mean, apart from the fact that it was more 2D last time, but...
Gerda?
Yes?
Where is Gabriel?
I don't know exactly.
Surely he said something when he left. You must have been here when his new case came up.
I was here.
What was it about? Was it around here?
All I know is that he was going somewhere near Munich. I honestly do not know where he is staying.
Okay.
So,
Not sure
have you
why
been
she doesn't
working
know.
with Gabriel.
It is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning.
Get along with him okay?
He is the Ritter heir.
Uh-huh. That reaction. But yes, good morning. Anything
You
else?
must know something about Gabriel's new case.
It is not my business to talk or not to talk about it. Gabriel took the case for someone else.
Really? Who?
Werner Huber. He runs the Gasthof in town.
I mean, he took the case because he was asked to. So.
What are you working on?
Plans for the castle.
Oh, what are you having done?
Lights, phones, plumbing, all new. Should have been done many years ago, but there was no money. Also, things need to be fixed. The stones. The castle is very old.
Well.
Everything needs work.
Is
Yeah.
Gabriel planning to live here permanently then?
Why not? It is his castle now.
Thought he might,
Alright.
sell it.
Sell it. He would not do
Well, that's
that.
not gonna happen.
The castle belongs to the Ritters.
I mean, I guess maybe, but probably not gonna happen. So, yeah. Not sure how they've already changed this much stuff. But I guess it might be supposed to look like the castle from Gabriel Night 1. It just doesn't.
Gabriel mentioned in his letter that, well, normally I do research for him. It's more or less my field, and if there's anything he needs to get done, I'd be happy to take care of it.
He did ask me to check some things for him, but I couldn't let someone else do the work.
I understand, really. But if Gabriel knew that I was already here, that I was around, he'd want me to do it.
I'm sorry. If I do hear from him, I'll ask him what he would prefer. Until then, I must do the work he asks me to do.
Not gonna comment.
I'm curious. I was just wondering, what was it Gabriel asked you to research?
Just some things.
Some things about...
He asked me to check the Schattenjäger library for any record of other cases about... any other cases like this one.
So she's allowed in the library. And fine, I guess I'll comment. I don't get why they're fighting over him. I'll put it that way. He doesn't seem like he's very nice to anyone.
Gabriel asked you to find other cases like this one? Well, that shouldn't be too tough. For you, I mean. So, what was this new case about again?
I cannot discuss the case with you. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. Why don't you go look around the area? I'm sure you could find something to do.
Gee, thanks.
Because, I mean, he's off committing crimes to, solve what might just be wolves attacking people. Hello, how you doing? It's a German language stream, so, well, English language stream, German language game. I sometimes translate things. I'm confused because I've been up and doing things since 6 AM, so don't mind me. My brain doesn't always work that well. Anyways, locked door, probably the library.
Gerda, there's a locked door in Gabriel's bedroom.
Yeah.
Do you know where it goes?
Yeah, it's the library.
It goes to the Schattenjäger library.
That
That's
room
where all
doesn't look the
Schattenjäger
same.
records are kept?
Yes?
Why is the door locked?
Gabriel doesn't want the workmen in there.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get the key?
No. The library is for Schattenjägers only.
Well, she's not one of them.
All right.
But she was asked to research stuff in there. But she's allowed in there somehow. She's not making sense. Alright.
I can just imagine the cozy nights spent by the fire in this room.
Very cozy. On a bunch of mismatched wooden chairs. Okay, so...
Ritter ancestors, I assume.
Yeah, probably. Or just random people. They do have a weird decorating style. And lots of plates. Like, I have been to actual castles, but none of them decorated quite like this one. And yes, that would be her. The lady who was peeling potatoes for days. So, lots of loud music in this one. Even though I've tried to switch off the music to make sure I don't get muted again. Okay. Anyways. Seems like a good idea to save at some point. So there. Wait, that castle doesn't look like it did in the previous game. Whatever. Is the other room still there? Because they had another room. Well, I guess they used to. In the olden days. Alright. Or is it that way? Nope. Nope. Okay.
That must be Gabriel's car. I wonder where the keys are.
Why did he leave his car and is now using the other people's car? Bit confused about that. Okay, so what's all that stuff? There. So, nope. Look at this.
Gracie, something's come up. I'm on a new case. Too bad you're not here to help, but Gerda can handle any research I need. I'll call her right as soon as I can. In the meantime, go ahead and fix up the shop a little if you want. You know, flowers and stuff, but don't go overboard. I kinda like the old place as is. I know I have a lot to decide, but that and the new book are going to have to wait. I have a feeling this is important. Tell Gran I send my love. Gabriel.
He has a fancy signature.
Gracie, I know I have a... Tell
Yeah,
Gran...
shush! Alright. So.
My notebook.
Nice notebook. You can tell she brought it over from the US, though.
My notebook.
Apart from the fact that it says notebook in English.
My wallet. I converted some cash to marks at the airport. Bert Barkley knows more about history than I ever will, especially at this rate.
Okay. Interesting. Wait, what? I guess she doesn't need the car to go to the village. Okay. So.
Hello?
Guten Tag.
To translate, hello. Good day. As in, like, the actual proper greeting. Yeah. Either way, apparently that's all they're gonna say to each other.
Youth. He doesn't speak English, and I can't communicate well enough in German.
Well, she was doing okay earlier.
I don't want to disturb her.
So, guess I'll just leave again.
Saint Georg, patron saint of the Schattenjägers.
Well, you translate that name as George, so Saint George, if I'm not entirely mistaken. Anyways. Alright. What am I doing in here?
Coffins are really old, and they're all Schattenjägers.
Okay. Martin, I think? Yeah, that's pretty old. Wolfgang? Oh, that's the guy who just died. He was 70, apparently. They've already had the stone engraved and everything.
Jürgen Ritter.
Okay.
1403 to 1461.
So she's willing to read those out.
Wolfgang Ritter. 10 May 1923 to 25 June 1993.
Where does it say the month?
Martin Ritter. 1190 to 1253. These coffins are really old, and they're all Schattenjägers.
I'm not sure coffin is the correct word here. Not an expert on these things, but, well.
St. Georg Church.
Okay, so... built by a Ritter, because of course. Built in 1242. And they have a church service at 6 a.m., at 7 p.m., and on Sundays at 9 a.m. Okay. And I guess the guy I met is Joseph, so. I'd assume that this entire area may not be real. Like, I think there was an area called Rittersburg, but I think someone looked it up in chat. Can't remember if it was in the correct area to begin with. So.
I wonder what kind of flowers these are.
Flowery ones. Okay. What's over that way? Thanks for the sub. How you doing? The Golden Lion. Well, that's a fancy name.
Guten Tag. Sind Sie Werner Huber?
Yes. Oh, you are an American.
Guess
Yes.
I haven't quite got the accent down, huh?
No, she doesn't.
I'm a friend of Gabriel Knight. I'm staying at the castle.
Good.
But honestly, she's a lot easier to understand while speaking German than a lot of the Germans in this game.
You're the proprietor of this Gasthof?
Yes.
It's very nice. Do you mainly serve food and drinks here?
Oh, we have guest rooms upstairs, too. Yeah.
Oh? Does Rittersburg get a lot of tourists?
Some, not so many know about this place. It is perhaps better that way. Germans on holiday come here. Foreigners find their way here one way or another.
Okay. One way or another. Don't know what that means,
You
but
speak English very well.
Yes.
How did you learn it?
Wolfgang taught some of us. He thought we should know.
Really? Why?
That is a very good question, is it not?
all right. And I don't know the name of the actor.
I never got to meet Gabriel's great uncle. What was he like?
Oh, he was a true Schattenjäger, like in the old days. He knew things.
What kinds of things?
Things. He had, how do you say it, the sight. He was a very good man to go to when you needed advice.
Okay. Yeah, that's the kind of responsibility you'd totally be putting on Gabriel. Yeah. That's not the person to ask. Find someone else. So either way, yes, just like in the old days, as in like back in 1200 something when the other one died. Yes, just the same.
It must have been hard for the town when Wolfgang died.
Yeah, it was bad, yes. But not a surprise. Gerda knew. It was harder on her than the rest of us.
Really? Were she and Wolfgang close?
What's
You
that
said
look?
Wolfgang was a true Schattenjäger. I suppose Gabriel... I mean, he's probably not what you expected.
Oh, we shall see with that one. Yeah, one cannot know the quality of the iron until it has been into fire. Huh? We shall see.
All right. So set Gabriel on fire. That should, well, solve that
Tell me
riddle.
about Rittersburg.
It is a small town, private. We keep our business to ourselves.
You mean about the Schattenjägers?
Oh, the Schattenjägers, sure. The Schattenjägers are of this place, and this place is of them. We believe in the old ways here. It has not changed much over the centuries. We still remember what the rest of the world has forgotten.
And that is?
That life is a battle between the light and the dark.
Yes.
Do you know this?
I think it was Vienna Hoover or something. So yeah, I think something along those lines. And no, that's just the name of his place. Does it say his name when
I
he's
think I mentioned that I
speaking?
was a friend of Gabriel Knight.
Yes.
Nope.
Well, I came to help him on a case. A Schattenjäger case.
That is good.
Well, we got our wires crossed and he'd already left by the time I got here. But Gerda mentioned that he was on a case for you.
No, not for me. For my cousin, Sepp.
Lots of cousins around here. Is Sepp in town?
No, he and his wife went north for a few weeks. He does not live in Rittersberg anyway.
Oh.
You went
Perhaps
north.
you can help me then.
How do you mean?
So.
Gerda's not sure where Gabriel is exactly, but you know where I can find him, don't you?
It is not my business to tell people where to find the Schattenjäger. It is maybe not so safe, you see.
Yes, I do see, and I appreciate your caution, really. But we worked together on his last case, and believe me, you'd be doing him a favor.
If he wants you to help him, he will have to contact you at the castle and tell you where he is himself.
Great.
all being so secretive?
Do you know how long Gabriel will be gone?
If he is a good Schattenjäger, he will not come back until he has done what must be done. If he is not, who can say? Maybe he will not come back at all.
What must be done?
Yeah, I get that. Fair enough. Reading is difficult. But yeah, I don't think it's him, but I don't know.
Can you tell me what Gabriel's case is about?
What?
Not specifically, of course, but in general. On our last case, we had to deal with a voodoo cult. I was just thinking if I just knew what he was up against, maybe I could do some research. He left so quickly, I guess. He didn't have time to investigate here at all. And the Schattenjäger archives might have something pertinent in them, if I knew what to look for, that is.
Yes, that is true.
But she can't get into them.
From the Schattenjäger past.
Exactly. Gabriel is new at this, you know? And Wolfgang's not around to give him advice.
All right, young lady. I will tell you what it is you need to look for.
Yes?
Werewolf.
Werewolf?
Werewolf.
Are they having a contest on who can open their eyes further? Because seems like a bit of a staring contest right now.
Gabriel's new case involves werewolves?
You don't believe in such things.
I don't know. It's a little outside.
If you truly want to be an aid to a Schattenjäger, you will have to believe in such things. Things that are outside. If you cannot...
Okay. Anything else?
All right. A werewolf.
Yes.
What do you know about them? Werewolves, that is.
Some things. This is not the first time that Rittersberg has seen the work of a werewolf, or even a werewolf itself.
Really?
Oh, no, not in my lifetime, you understand. But I was told of it when I was a boy. One was brought to town. It had killed many people. The Schattenjäger caught him. He was tried here.
When was this?
1700s, I think, somewhere around in there.
Yes, very recent.
Thanks.
Bitte.
Alright.
I don't want to disturb him.
Yeah, probably for the best. He doesn't look like he's in the mood to talk. Alright, what's this door? That's the post office, of course. Thing is, I can't send Gabriel a letter. Or, wait. Did it have a return address on it? I guess not. But that's not very nice of him, just sending a letter and not providing a return address. She did write him beforehand, so...
It's locked.
And yes, I'm aware that people weren't using cell phones.
Hallo, meine Dame. Kann ich Ihnen behilflich sein?
Hallo, wie geht es Ihnen?
Gut, danke. Und Ihnen?
Gut. Ich bin hier auf Urlaub und,
Let's try English, shall we?
Yes. I've been studying German at home and I thought I knew a lot, but it's so different now that I'm actually here.
Books alone are poor language teachers. You'll pick it up. Is there something I can help you with?
Once again, he has quite the accent while speaking German, and it's not a German accent. Can't place where it's from exactly, but, well, Yeah. Let's switch to English since, well, neither of them are native German speakers. So.
My name is Grace Nakamura. I'm staying at Schloss Ritter, and you are?
You may call me Herr Habermas. Welcome to Rittersberg, Miss Nakamura.
It's nice to meet you, Herr Habermas. What can you tell me about Rittersberg?
It is a very old town. The walls around it were built in 1438, but the city is a few centuries older than that.
You mean the stuff they were saying earlier? She was saying that she was on vacation. So, yeah. It really wasn't that interesting. He said hi. She was going, like, hey, I'm on vacation here. And then he was going, yeah, let's switch to English, since that's probably the main language both of us speak. Since, well, neither of them seem to be that great at German. He doesn't have as strong of an accent as she does, but definitely still does not sound like a native speaker. So, English might be his first language, I don't know.
Have there always been Ritters in Rittersberg?
Yes, Martin Ritter built the castle in 1223, and the town grew up around it. I'm proud to say we still have Ritter blood here to this day.
Well, because of Gabriel. Not, well, it's not quite the same if you had to get Gabriel to come over. Thanks for the sub. And yeah, he's... A lot of the older men in this town seem to be giving her weird looks.
What is this building?
This is a Rathaus.
The town hall?
Yes.
Oh,
That's the word.
thank you.
So, yeah, the other building I was looking at in Munich when playing as Gabriel was a town hall. That's the word. Now I know it again. Now I'll have time to forget about that word until I, well, need it again, as I tend to do. But yeah, there are some words that I just forget all the time for some reason. My brain just doesn't quite know what to do with them. Like the word nostalgia. I keep on forgetting that specific word. I don't know why.
Do you keep Old Town records here? Criminal trial records?
Yes, we have files going back to the 12th century.
Great. Werner Huber told me about a local trial that supposedly involved a werewolf. I'd like to learn more about it.
A werewolf?
Sometime in the 1700s?
I'm afraid I would need a more specific time frame. We have many, many files.
Yes, of course.
Yes, we have many, many files, and,
Certainly.
well,
Good day.
werewolves just aren't that big of a deal, so they'd just be part of the normal files. So. Yeah, exactly. So many files on random mythical creature attacks. It's just difficult to keep them organized.
I don't have anything to say to Herr Huber at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, post office.
There's no one there.
Well, I can probably ring. Ring-a-ding-ding.
Grüß Gott.
Grüß Gott.
Womit kann ich Ihnen dienen?
She might be a native speaker so far.
My German isn't good enough for chit-chat.
Alright, I guess we're leaving.
Danke.
Bitte.
So they were just greeting, and she asked whether she could help me with anything, and then she just said thanks and left. So, yes. You guys had German lessons? Don't even know how they teach German as a second language. So, I'm curious. Okay. So, can I speak to her again? Nope, nope, don't leave. Because, I mean, I did find out plenty of things.
Gerda?
Yes?
Do you have the keys to the car outside?
That is Gabriel's car. He doesn't even let me drive it.
I had a feeling you'd say that. Well, thanks.
All right.
She doesn't have a car. Okay. I guess she's just stuck in this village forever and ever. Seems about right. Stuck in this castle, peeling potatoes. Stuck in this village without a car. So.
Gerda's been a real...
The word carrot, well, that's a very important word in any language.
Gerda's been a real pig about those car keys.
Fine, I guess I'll search.
I don't have anything to say to her right now.
Well, neither do I. So. Wait. Okay, fine. I was starting to think I'd be able to climb through the chimney, but maybe not. Let me just
I don't think I
take
need
some of that stuff. Like a hammer. For research purposes. Definitely not going to be murder or anything like that.
I don't think I need that. I don't...
Okay. Okay. Well, that's an interesting way to try and teach a language. Wait, so... you spoke English with a German accent and that's it? I'm not sure that would help you at all. IRL. Apart from, well, playing in a game like this. Because I'm not aware of German speakers having an easier time understanding someone speaking English with a German accent than just speaking English. If you don't have a super strong accent, then it's usually fine. I mean,
Nice
like,
view of...
most people would probably have an issue with, like, a really strong Scottish accent or something. Especially when, well, a specific accent is basically its own dialect, so, like, words being used differently or different words. Yeah, that stuff. Anyways.
Pretty comfortable, even if he slept in it.
Does Gabriel somehow make beds less comfortable by existing near them?
I thought Gabriel said this place was stripped. Guess Gerda's been busy shopping with the new Ritter fortune. I thought Gabriel said this...
Well, or she just really wanted to display her plate collection. And random statues. So.
Gerda's being a real pig.
Yes. Go on insulting her. I'm sure that's going to fix everything. How to get someone to respect you. Insult them for not respecting you. Yay! People are silly sometimes. And that's the same exit. Alright. So... how about
it's
now?
No youth. He doesn't speak English, and I can't communicate well enough in German.
Did she say it's no youth?
It's no youth. He doesn't speak English.
Yeah, she says it's no youth. Alright.
The Madonna.
I think she just misspoke. But yeah, I don't know what to do with any of these. It says a bunch of dates, but oh.
It's a silver heart. Someone must have left it as a mourning gift.
I'll just take that. Nope, I guess not. Can I take it with a screwdriver? Where was it? I thought it was... oh, there. No? Okay, can't take that.
It's a silver...
So...
These coffins are really old. And they're all Schottenjägers.
Yes. How strange. So many old coffins. I don't know what to do with that silver heart. I mean, if it's made of silver...
It's a silver...
then I might be able to use that with the whole werewolf thing going on, but I guess not.
Wolfgang Ritter.
Oh, fine. I guess it makes sense that someone left it then. Alright, anywhere else I could go? Hello, how you doing? And, well, the reason I wouldn't get Faulty Towers references would be not having seen that show that much. I think it was a show, right? Yeah. Anyways. It's not really on TV over here. Wrong language. But I am aware of the show. I just haven't seen it. Like lots of different things. But I mean, it's not that old. Like, I don't think it's from the 60s, right? So.
Nice view of the Alps.
Like, maybe, I don't know,
it's locked.
80s? I don't know. I really don't. Screwdriver on the door? Nope. Nope. Okay. Wait. No, go back. I was trying to use the fireplace. Okay, so the toolbox is still here.
There's a hole in the mortar where a stone used to be.
Yes, so poke it. Maybe it's up button to open the library. Well, sure, I watch shows, but I haven't watched all of them. I'm just rather busy. There. I don't really tend to do that much. Yes, pet the wall.
Someone's been using this passageway.
What? What? Someone's been using it? What? How do you know that from touching a wall? Because the wall was dusty enough or something? Wait, what? That's a different room. Okay. It's starting to feel more like Phantasmagoria. Wait, is she a vampire?
That must be Wolfgang. Something to remember him by, I guess.
Because, I mean, she doesn't leave the house. We've only seen her at the door during nighttime.
That must be
Maybe
Wolfgang.
Gerda is actually a vampire. Who knows? So maybe she's been around for, well,
That must
centuries.
I can't go out that way. I don't want Gerda to know I'm in here.
Okay. Anything else? Guess not. Oh, wait, there was a key in there. I saw that. Key. Give me that key. Where was it? There it is. Don't know if it's going to be the library key, but I don't expect that to be the car key. Looks a bit too old. Okay. What's down that way? Ominous music. That's the best thing to find down a staircase. Oh no, she's in darkness, I guess? Okay. Like, what's it gonna be? A wine cellar? Nope, just a door. That was a very dramatic door. Yep, just a door. The castle looks huge from this angle. Are they sure that that's the same castle? Did she travel between dimensions somehow?
How convenient. When the lord of the manor is slipping through the passageway to his amorous adventures, he can pick up a few flowers. The castle looks huge from here. They've got more rooms left to restore than I thought.
Yeah, like, this actually looks like castle. The other angle looks like a house on a hill.
The castle looks huge.
So. Don't know if it's even the same place, to be honest. Because it might not be. Okay. So I'll switch that off. Or not. This specific castle, really? Alright. Do you know which one it is, or are you just going to have to figure it out? Travel first, ask questions later.
It's locked.
Well, I've got a key now, so... Nice. The key looks different than it used to. Just gonna point it out. So many inconsistencies. And the library looks different too.
Biographies. Looks like they're mostly about Germans.
To how very unexpected.
Books on the occult. Here we go. Vampires, witchcraft, ghosts, Asian spirits. Lycanthropes.
Oh. One was just like body and soul, and the other one was just the nest. Not sure what to think about those titles.
How did you get in here?
Through the door.
Oh, hi.
How did you unlock the door?
She's a shadow hunter now. How did you get the key from my room?
Oh, I see.
All right. Look, let's just drop all the pretense, okay? Obviously, I found the passageway. I know what's been going on in this little Alpinian love nest, and really, I couldn't care less. If you want to screw around with your employer, that's none of my business. But what I won't put up with is this assisting the Schottenjäger crap. I gave up school to work on this stuff because I thought it was important. I'm doing the research that Gabriel wanted, and so help me, I'm gonna be doing more than just research this time around. And I'm not gonna sit around and wait for him to call and give me permission. And if you don't like it, it's just too damn bad!
Okay.
Okay, fine. You do the damn research.
So why are they fighting about who gets to do research for Gabriel? If there's anyone who's more ungrateful than him, I'd be very surprised.
There's nothing else on werewolves
And
in the occult section.
It's not really how hormones tend to work, though.
There's nothing... Biographies. Looks like they're mostly about Germans.
Seems like she just chose the wrong person to fall for.
The Journal of Victor Ritter.
Okay. Anything else in there, or I guess I'm just gonna...
I'm not sure what other case...
And no, I'm not drinking beer. Water in a thermos bottle. Yes. Not a beer bottle. Which is why it sounds like metal. Yes, water.
I'm not sure what
If I had a glass in here, I could pour it in a glass. You'd see it's, well, colorless and see-through, like water. I don't drink beer, so it's at the grocery store.
Biographies. Looks like they're mostly about Germans. There's nothing else on werewolves in the occult section.
Fine. Nice timing. Still just water. Would have been very confusing if it wasn't. No,
I'm not
it's
sure
warm water.
Books would be relevant. I'm not sure.
So, anything on here? No. Warm as in temperature.
I suppose in the next Blake Backlash book, good old Fujitsu will be replaced by Hildegard. I'm not quite ready to write the big hero yet.
No. Just one paragraph at a time and just crosses it out again. Wow. Yes, don't we all?
I'm not quite ready to write the big hero.
Warm water. Ha. Huh.
Who should I call?
This guy.
I don't need to call Professor Barkley right now.
Okay, I guess later then. So. Nope. Fine, I'll look at them in the inventory.
Numerous deaths at the hands of a marauding wolf being recorded in a neighboring county.
In
I
English.
set out to see if I could determine the cause. There had been rumors of a werewolf, and the dark signs did indeed seem to be present. The deaths had all occurred within a 40-kilometer range of woods, and at the heart was the village of Alfing. My assistant and I set a trap a short distance from the village. Though the beast had shown a propensity for human flesh, livestock had also been taken.
This was written in the 1700s, right? Wasn't it? How was it written in modern English? Like 1720 to 1753 in Germany, and they wrote it in modern English.
It was a newling lamb we loosed in the thicket as a lure. We awaited downwind. For 2 nights, the lamb bleated to no purpose, and once we had to fend off a hungry fox. But at last, the beast himself took the bait. I might have missed him. The night was so dark, and the wolf himself was black. But my assistant saw the light of his eyes, and I heard the lamb's cries turn fearful. He had the poor dumb lamb by the throat when we sprang. He was swift and might have escaped, but his fatal mistake was to attack rather than run. My dagger struck through his chest and into his right lung. As I had agreed, we bound the wolf and tied shut its jaws. We brought it home to Rittersburg, still breathing, and turned it over to the magistrate. I pray for the man's unfortunate soul. May the law be swift and merciful.
Okay. Interesting.
God be praised for aiding his servant. From his hand came the strength and wisdom to end the killing. Victor Ritter, Schottenjäger, 20 April 1750.
I mean, at least they got the correct order for the date. They didn't write April 20, because, well... But either way, why was he writing in modern-day English? Sure, Victor with that spelling isn't a very German name, but he's still calling himself the German word for Shadowhunter. So, well. Wait. That book is in English too? And whoopsies, wrong button. So, there. Look at this one. No. Look at it. There. Lycanthropes, Lore and Law.
Chapter 3. Lycanthropy, the Ways of the Wolf. There are two categories of werewolf cases: false or lycanthropic disorder cases and genuine werewolf cases. Lycanthropic disorder. Lycanthropic disorder is a mental condition in which the subject, called a lycanthrope, believes that he or she is a werewolf. The subject does not actually change shape, but is nevertheless capable of being as dangerous as an actual werewolf. Most cases of supposed werewolfery are really the work of lycanthropic disorder victims, man to beast. In real werewolves, a physical change to wolf form does occur. The change can be voluntary, at will, or can be forced by certain cycles of the moon and certain sounds, such as howling.
Sounds like they wouldn't want to hang out around wolves then.
There are two categories of werewolf cases: false, lycanthrope, man to be. Werewolves and immortality. Werewolves are immune from aging and from most physical diseases due to the constant regeneration of their physical tissue. They can therefore be virtually immortal. However, they can be killed by any wound that destroys the heart or the brain, or any form of death that causes brain or heart damage, such as hanging or other oxygen deprivation methods. The mind of a werewolf. Though primarily a true wolf while in wolf form, there is some proof that the werewolf retains enough knowledge to assist his killing. Recognition of victims, evasion of traps, and human cunning have all been seen on werewolf cases.
So they don't age, but they can still definitely be killed. So that's not virtually immortal, that's just not aging.
Becoming a werewolf. There are several ways to become a werewolf. They include being given the power of shape-shifting through sorcery, being cursed by someone whom you have wronged in some way, called the Lyconia curse, being bitten by a werewolf, and being born to a werewolf. In each case, the blood of the subject becomes tainted or cursed. Damnation. A person who becomes a werewolf against his will, birth, curse, or bite, is not completely damned until he tastes of human blood. Once he does, his soul is eternally damned and nothing may redeem him. Even without tasting of human blood, however, as long as the taint lays upon the immortal soul, it cannot enter into heaven and will remain chained to the mortal plane upon death.
Okay. Still not entirely sure about the... If the person turns into a werewolf against their will, how many people are signing up for this?
Werewolf packs. Like real wolves, Werewolves can live alone for many years, yet the instinct for a pack often leads them away from their secretive lifestyles into revealing their nature to a priest or close associate, or converting another to a werewolf-free for companionship. This is when the otherwise cagey werewolf opens himself to detection. Werewolf packs cause immense destruction. A pack consists of one werewolf who became a werewolf through sorcery, birth, or curse. In other words, his is the original tainted blood. This werewolf is called the alpha werewolf. The remaining werewolves in the pack are called beta werewolves because they became werewolves through the bite of the alpha and carry the alpha's tainted blood.
What if the first one got bitten and then just moved to a different area? Whatever.
Alpha and beta werewolves. The relationship between alpha and beta werewolves is a complex one. Once a subject is bitten by a werewolf, his or her life and death are doomed to the werewolf curse. The victim does, however, have... It is important...
Side note. Getting bitten would... That's the other way round. That's the werewolf tasting the human's blood. Do werewolves have blood instead of saliva? I'm very confused.
Alpha and beta werewolves. The relationship between alpha and beta werewolves is a complex one. Once a subject is bitten by a werewolf, his or her life and death are doomed to the werewolf curse. The victim does, however, have some hope. As long as they themselves do not taste of human blood, the curse is reversible. If the alpha werewolf is killed through some action of the beta's curse is broken. It is important to note that whether the beta werewolf was bitten by the alpha werewolf himself or by another beta, it is the alpha who must be destroyed, the source of the original tainted blood. It is also an interesting note that since betas and alphas share the same common blood, an alpha cannot physically harm a beta of his own bloodline by his own hand without inflicting the same injury upon himself. However, if a beta is harmed or killed by another, it does not affect the alpha.
So... what? So the betas can kill the alpha, but not the other way round. But if they get killed, then everyone's still going to be fine, as long as it wasn't anyone who was part of the pack. This doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but okay. Magic.
Symptoms of werewolfery. When hunting for a werewolf, it is important to remember that your biggest clues will come through your suspects' personalities. Becoming a werewolf is not transparent, no matter how the victim tries to hide it. The tainted subhuman blood greatly alters the subject's own mind and personality, even physical appearance. Therefore, look for symptoms in your human suspects that include increasing violence, increasing aggression, unprovoked rages, insomnia, restlessness, and other bizarre behavior. Unfortunately, over time, these symptoms can be brought under control, so do not rely upon them exclusively.
Oh yes, going to Germany to read about subhuman bloodlines.
A good example of this comes from a case reported by the ancient priesthood society, Manos del Sol of Brazil. A rash of werewolf killings there was tracked to a high-ranking officer in the army. The society became aware of the man mainly through rumors of his violent behavior and changed personality. The case was successfully resolved with a man's capture. Manos del Sol, men of the sun? I wonder if they're like Schattenjägers, only Brazilian.
I mean, sun, shadows, close enough.
A good example of this comes from
think those are the only books I found. Oh, there's this. Wait. Really now? So, it's addressed King Ludwig II of Bavaria, but it's addressed in German, and the letter is in English.
4th of March, 1864. To King Ludwig II, most gracious ruler of all Bavaria. I beg your forgiveness for my forthrightness in this letter, but I fear terribly for your Majesty's safety, and thus have no time for subtlety. I have heard that the one they call the Black Wolf is close to your Highness. I have been investigating this man for reasons I cannot name at present, and I have learned that he is extremely dangerous and can only have the most dire of motives at heart in anything he pursues.
Okay.
I beg your Highness only this. Please do not see this man alone, nor even with your servants only to guard you. I promise you, all will be made clear very shortly when my investigation is complete. For now, only keep yourself safe. Your most grateful servant, Christian von Ritter, Schloss Ritter, Rittersburg, Bavaria.
So, it's a German writing to a German king. In English. Yay!
I beg your most...
Alright.
I'm not sure why she'd want to see that.
Yes, this game seems to be... well... They didn't really think some things through. Like, the more realistic and based in our universe you're trying to make your game, the more plot holes you'll end up with. Well, that looks like a guy in a wig and a fake beard.
I wonder who he is.
Alright.
Herr Huber?
Yes?
Do you know anything about King Ludwig II?
Of course. Everybody knows about Ludwig. He was the last true king Bavaria had. Why do you think I hang his portrait? Or that article on the wall? Do you know what that is? That is from the Munich newspaper the day after the king died. My great-grandfather saved it. It has been handed down to every first son. That is what Bavarians think of Ludwig.
Okay. Alright then.
What was Ludwig like? Why is he so revered?
Oh, he was a genius. He had a great mind, you know. He built castles, is what he did, and kept on building them until they killed him.
Who killed him?
The castles.
Those politicians. They said he was crazy. Got a doctor to sign some papers. They arrested him.
Then what happened?
What do you think? They killed him. Oh, they said it was suicide. But me, I don't believe that. It was murder.
Thanks.
Bitte.
Alright. That was an interesting conversation. Is the article going to be in English?
I have no idea what that says. Looks old, though.
Okay. I kind of expected it to be, but I guess not. Okay.
So that's King Ludwig II of Bavaria.
Apparently so. Don't know how accurate or inaccurate any of that is. But oh well. Doesn't really matter that much to me.
Hello again. Did you need something else?
He's just always waiting behind that window thing. Always.
Remember that werewolf trial I'd asked you about? I have a date now. April 1750.
Excellent. Let me go look. I heard of this case when I was a boy, but I always thought it was just a scary tale. I never thought to look in the archives. It was there, all right. What did you want to know?
And was it really? I wouldn't know. I mean, I know what Elvis looks like overall, but not that familiar, so not gonna recognize him everywhere.
Why did they bring the wolf to Rittersburg? I know the Schottenjäger lived here, but why didn't he just...
Kill it where he found it? I don't know. Let's see. Ah, yes. They wanted to know what man it was, who it was.
They brought it here so it would change back?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, fair enough. Honestly, I wouldn't know. I wasn't aware of Bavaria apparently having been a kingdom fairly recently. So, 1800s. I wouldn't know. Not really my cup of tea.
Alleged werewolf.
He was interrogated for 2 days. He confessed his guilt. The trial took place on the 3rd day, and he was sentenced to death by quartering and the stake. He was given
Quartering?
a final meal. He asked to see a confessor, and this was granted.
How generous of them.
At dawn the following day.
They pulled off his limbs
Died.
and burned him?
Don't think harshly of us, miss. That was a long time ago.
Yes, it was normal back then. Don't question it.
Where was the werewolf kept while it was here?
The dungeon. There's a dungeon in the rat house basement. We don't use it anymore, of course. Haven't for many years.
Yes, like 10 years. So many years, yes.
Did it change back?
They said it.
That's what it says.
They said there was a confession.
It fell, and the next morning they found a man in there. A laborer from out of town identified him as Baron von Raleigh from Alfing.
Wait, a baron? A laborer from out of town is a baron? Wait, what?
Why did they want to find
Hello,
out who
how you
the
doing?
werewolf was?
I would guess. Yes. It says here that a group of villagers were sent to the werewolf's hometown once they learned its human identity.
Why? They thought there were more of them there?
In those days, the family of the identified werewolf would be in great danger. Many believed such curses were handed down through the bloodline.
Well, according to the book, they are.
Anything else?
I suppose not. Unless... Is there any way I could see the dungeon?
It would be my pleasure.
Well, that's a sentence you don't hear every day. Well, a combination of sentences. Either way, wasn't expecting to be hearing that today.
Everything's been kept the way it was when the dungeon was in use. We show it off to tourists sometimes.
Okay. Why is she having flashbacks? What?
Are you all right?
No, she's not.
I'm fine.
What is she having flashbacks to?
It's so claustrophobic.
I tell you what. Normally this place is locked to keep out the village children. I'll leave it open. You can come and go as you please.
Would you? Thank you so much.
You are most welcome. Goodbye.
Yes, there are no more children in this village. Don't ask why. Just don't question it. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's only been abandoned for a few years. Wait, who slept there?
Von Rollick slept here.
So I guess the werewolf? Like, have they not changed the bed sheets since, well, like, well, would be around 200-ish years ago. Seems about right. Changing bed sheets is difficult.
He asked to see a confessor.
Okay.
That's the church in the square.
Wow. Yes. Wait. How does that window work? Where even is that window? It'd have to be on that side? Because, like, it makes no sense, but it doesn't have to. So, can I talk to him now?
Hallo?
Guten Tag.
Haben Sie hat der Kirche Papiere von 1750?
Wie bitte?
Papiere, Geschichte von 1750. Oh gosh, how do you say that? Sprechen Sie Englisch?
Nein, leider, ich spreche nicht Englisch.
All right. Danke.
Bitte schön.
It's no use. He doesn't speak English, and I can't communicate well enough in German.
I'd say she was communicating well enough, but oh well. Maybe she speaks.
I don't want to disturb her.
No, okay. Guess not. But yeah, she was asking for, well, just church document stuff from the 1700s. Yeah, what I just said. I'll see if I can check her notebook. Let's see. Gabriel. Oh, wow, she's actually keeping proper notes, not just writing down everything everyone said.
Gerda says that Gabriel's on a case for...
And, yeah, I'm not sure about his accent. If he has, well, if he has a non-German speaking accent, it wasn't as pronounced as some of the other ones, so not sure about him. I'd need to hear, well, more of his German, or impression of German, depending on, well, whether or not he actually speaks it that well. I don't know.
Did I mention that Gabriel is a pig? Good thing I'm doing all this for me.
So, Gabriel's case. Gerda says that Gabriel's on a case for Werner Huber. So, that's the name of the guy who owns the inn. So, who owns the inn in town? She won't say what it's about. She says he's staying somewhere near Munich, which he is. Werner says that Gabriel's case concerns werewolves! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Did I mention that Gabriel is a pig? Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Good thing I'm doing this all for me! Exclamation mark.
Victor Ritter's journal. I think I found the werewolf trial Werner mentioned. An entry dated April 20th, 1750 describes how Victor trapped a black wolf that was supposedly a werewolf. Victor wounded it in the
So it seems I can get her to read paragraphs if I click on the exact paragraphs. So let's try that again. There. Gabriel.
Gerda says that Gabriel's on a case for Werner Huber.
So she can't
Gerda
say
says
Gabriel's
that Gabriel's
case.
on a case for
All right.
Werner Huber, who runs the Gasthof in town. She won't tell me what it's about, though. She says he's staying somewhere near Munich.
Okay.
Werner Huber says that Gabriel's case concerns werewolves. Did I mention that Gabriel is a pig? Good thing I'm doing all this for me. Werner Huber says that there was a werewolf trial in Rittersberg. He thinks it occurred sometime in the 1700s. Think I'll look into it. Victor Ritter's journal. I think I found the werewolf trial Werner mentioned. An entry dated April 20th, 1750 describes how Victor trapped a black wolf that was supposedly a werewolf. Victor wounded it in the chest. It was brought to Rittersberg. Not sure why or what happened next. The Schottenjägers didn't involve themselves in the trial, it seems. I found a letter in the werewolf lore book. It was dated 1864 and was written by a Schottenjäger, Christian Ritter, to King Ludwig II of Bavaria. It warned him about someone called the Black Wolf. Not sure if it's related to werewolves or not, but the letter was in the werewolf book. Find out more about this subject if possible. Werner Huber says that Ludwig II was the last true king Bavaria had. Says he was a genius, built castles. Politicians declared him insane and he was arrested. Werner thinks he was murdered. Obviously, Werner's opinions are one thing, but I need to find out some facts.
Okay. So.
It's no use.
Yep, still no youth. No, I'm not gonna let that go. I think it's funny. Because I'm not the only one mispronouncing things this stream. Yay.
I wonder what kind of flowers these are.
Well, I guess I'll never find out. So,
I don't
anything
have
else
anything
here?
to say to
No?
Herr Huber at the moment.
Guess not. I'm guessing I still can't read this. Nope.
I have no idea what that says.
I don't want to disturb.
Nope. So, anything else I can ask about?
Hello again. Did you need something else?
I had a thought while I was in the dungeon.
Yes.
You mentioned that Baron von Rawlik was allowed to give a last confession. I suppose the priest was from St. George's?
I suppose it was.
Would there be a record of the last confession? It might tell us more about the Baron's life.
Good idea, young lady. Those records are in German, though, and Father Getz doesn't speak English. Do you think this would really help your Schattenjäger?
I'm not sure.
Her.
It couldn't hurt.
Wow. Gabriel belongs to her now.
I'll write you a note. You give it to Father Getz, and he'll see if they have a record of the confession. If they do, you bring it back here to me, and I'll help you translate it, okay?
That would be wonderful. Thank you so much.
Certainly. You got my curiosity up too, you know.
Okay. So, can I read the note? Brother Gertz, please give the young lady all your files about the Baron of Rawlik, whatever. I'm not sure about this word. It seems like he misspelled it. Because it seems like it's like the dates, but it seems like he spelled it with a U, which, yeah. So the dates are from 1715. I'll bring you the files back. Like, I'll personally bring the files back. Thanks, and his signature. So, yes. Should I read it out in German before handing it in? Because I can do that. Nope. There. I mean, otherwise I can just, well, continue the story. But sure, I'll read it. So, nope, there. Oder Getz, bitte geben Sie der jungen Dame jegliche Akten, die wir über Baron von Rawlik haben. Die Daten sind von 1750. Ich werde Ihnen die Akten persönlich zurückgeben. Danke. I'm not sure what his name was, so there.
Entschuldigen Sie bitte.
Ja.
Das hier ist von Herrn Habermas.
Excuse me, please. This is from... Oh. Yeah. And he said, a moment, please. I think.
Das ist für Sie.
This is for you.
Dankeschön.
Thanks. Alright.
Father Getz gave me this file, but I'll need help translating it.
And untying that lovely bow.
Hello again. Did you need something else?
I have the church file.
Excellent. Let me see it. What's this?
Okay. A
It's
letter.
in English. It's from a lawyer in Buenos Aires. It's addressed to St. Georg's Church. The date is 1764.
What?
What's it say?
64?
A request for information about the death of Baron Klaus von Raleigh. It says it's for the family.
What?
I assume so.
14 years later? What? Okay.
Curious?
What?
The seal on the envelope.
Yes.
A wolf.
Oh. Oh no. There's wolves there.
Okay. The last confession.
Okay.
The Raleigh family took the symbol of a black wolf to represent their great skill at the hunt.
Okay.
Let me see. Klaus von Raleigh says that he lived up to the family symbol too well. His friends nicknamed him the Black Wolf.
Wow.
But he confessed it was more because he was prideful and treated his villagers and women very badly. He was much feared. The Baron confesses that a life of sin brought the werewolf curse upon him.
I don't think that's how it works.
Ah, listen to this. A gypsy camp, Hungarians, came to Alfing one day. He wanted one of their young women.
Of course.
He had her brought to his castle by force, and there he...
Raped her?
Raped her, yes. He intended to release her, but before he did, the girl killed herself. The next day, an old gypsy woman from the camp cursed him, saying that he was to become the shape that his name and his crimes showed his heart to be.
I see.
Soon afterwards, her curse came about. Klaus von Raleigh began to change, to run at night as wolf, to kill and eat human flesh. He begs forgiveness from God and from his wife and son. He says he welcomes his punishment, if only it will pay for his sins and save his family from further pain. That is all that is written.
Wow. Thank you.
I'll return this to Father Getz for you.
Thank you.
Good luck to you, young lady. And to your Schattenjäger.
Does he think they're a couple? I think he might. Also, side note, he does all that stuff, and that lady goes, I know what I'm going to, do to take my revenge. I'm going to turn you into a killing machine. Yes, that is a great idea. That'll show him.
I don't have anything to say to her right now.
So, the toolbox is still here. Is this theirs? Or did the guy just leave it here?
That hole.
Maybe something changed? I don't know. I mean, if she's interested in Gabriel, she might as well go stalk people on her own terms too.
I don't want to go back into Gerda's bedroom. She might catch me in there.
Yeah, she might. Still don't know about this ominous staircase. It seems like it's got some sort of, well, use. Or maybe it's going to have one later on. Because so far it doesn't really have one. Okay. Well, I still can't really go anywhere.
An emergency exit? I guess that makes sense if you're fighting the legions of darkness. How convenient.
Yes, the Legions of Darkness, also known as the kinds of people who'd want roses when you go visit them.
The castle looks huge.
So, is that her?
The castle looks huge.
No. I can't really do anything from this viewpoint.
I think it'll be quicker to go back the way I came.
Fine. Don't know what this is for. It has to have some sort of use, but oh well. So, I guess I'll switch this back off again. Okay. Anything else in here?
I don't think I need that.
I guess not.
I don't think I need. I don't think I.
Fine. She doesn't want any of it. Can I use the fireplace? Nope. Okay.
There's nothing else on werewolves in the occult section. There's nothing else.
I wonder if Christian Ritter's journal is here.
That's his journal?
Christian Ritter, born 10 January 1820, ordained a Schottenjäger, died 4 March 1864. The 4th of March. That's the date on the letter.
Okay. So, I'm sure that's got nothing to do with the letter.
3 January 1864. I am now in Prussia. The beast that brought me here has so far bested me. He is secretive and skillful. He has much self-control, unlike what I'd been led to expect. He seems to know almost before I do where and when I will be stalking him. He turns up his nose at my lures. 3 more disappearances have occurred, and I'm no closer to learning his identity nor finding his lair. I can't even prove he took them. Not a single corpse has been found. March 3rd, 1864. I have had a break at last. The key was in front of me all the time. The Black Wolf, he so daringly calls himself, for all to hear and none to truly see. It is worse than I could ever have suspected. He is not just a beast, but a monster. His jaws are already around some of the best throats in Europe. I return to Ritter's book tonight. I must warn those in danger and get someone to assist me. I am in over my head.
Well, I guess that was it. Interesting. And that's, well, apparently he only wrote in his journal like every other month, if he felt like it. So, well. Seems like he's about as good at keeping a journal as I am. Or at keeping a calendar, actually, updated and stuff. Yeah. Maybe someday I'll manage that. So, can I ask this professor guy now? Yes, I can. Lovely.
Hello?
Professor Barkley, this is Grace Nakamura. I'm calling from Germany.
Germany? I thought you were in New Orleans.
I was, but anyway, it's rather important or I wouldn't have bothered you. Do you know anything about King Ludwig II of Bavaria?
Well, that's a hell of a thing to ask a man in the middle of the night. Late 1800s, right?
Yes.
This isn't really my field, but I think he was crazy or something.
I wish I knew. Do you know anyone who specializes in German history?
Probably someone in Germany.
I have a friend at the University of Berlin.
Yeah.
I'll ring him. What's your number there?
It's 4989 555 7878.
Is that the same number as in the previous game?
I'll call you back if I remember this conversation in the morning, anyway.
Great. Sorry again. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
No, it's not. Alright. So... anything else?
It wasn't worth picking up the first time.
Yes.
It wasn't.
Still can't interact with the book. I guess she just hates it with a passion, because...
Alright,
fair enough.
I've got your research.
Alright. That keyboard layout was an English-speaking keyboard layout. I'm not sure if typewriters had the whole separate keyboards thing, but I'm guessing they did, since there are characters in German that don't exist in English. And I'm pretty sure I've seen some of those
Now, I just need somewhere to send it to.
as part of something that was written with a typewriter. So, yeah. Yes, I have. It's just been a while and I wasn't really paying attention to that part. And it probably wasn't, like, ancient, but old enough to, well, be a typewriter that was made in times when typewriters were a common thing. So.
I don't have anything to say to her right now.
So... I guess I'll ask again about that address that I still need.
I don't have anything to say to Herr Huber at the moment.
Fine. I guess I'll try and mail it without knowing what I'm doing. No, I guess not.
I have Gabriel's package ready, but I need an address.
Okay. Mayor, maybe? I don't even know if he is.
To say right now.
Don't even know if he is the mayor, but guessing he is. It just seems like he would be. Nope. Can't show it to him. Do I have any notes that I could use? Or this letter? Nope. Fine. How do I figure out his address? He doesn't want to tell me. She probably doesn't know. Well, I could ring the bell and see if that's gonna do anything. Okay.
I have to get an address first.
Right.
My German isn't good enough for chit-chat. Danke.
Bitte.
Do I just throw it in the fountain?
It's no use. He doesn't speak.
Yep, still no youth. Don't know why he would know Gabriel's address, but well. Figured I'd attempt it at the very least.
I found the items that Gabriel wanted. Did he tell you where to send your research?
Yes, his lawyer's office in Munich.
Can I get the address?
Harald Übergrau, Marienplatz 21, München.
Definitely an accent
Thanks.
while speaking German. They're both so... Whatever. They should be nicer to each other if they're expecting to... Like... They're expecting the other one to tolerate them. Maybe don't act like that. At this rate, they're just gonna end up murdering each other for real.
Grüß Gott.
Grüß Gott.
Womit kann ich Ihnen dienen?
So, hello, how can I help you? And I've got this package.
Das Päckchen soll nach München gehen.
The package is supposed to go to Munich.
7 Mark 40 bitte.
7 marks 40. There you go.
Dankeschön.
Thanks.
Bitte sehr.
You're welcome.
That'll give him something to chew on.
Alright. Yes, chew on the books. And then contact your dentist. Okay. That's some intense knocking.
Guten Abend.
Okay.
How are you? Is this the castle of the shot and joggers here?
What?
Yes, but I'm...
How exciting! Come along, Emma. We are so thrilled to be here.
What?
Emma said it's the 1990s, for heaven's sake. The shot and joggers are probably long gone. Well, of course they aren't, I said. A family like that doesn't just dry up and blow
What?
away. The good Lord's put his mark on them.
Who are you?
I was just wondering the same thing, dear.
Yes, who am
Neither
I?
of you girls look like the heroic type, but who am I to judge. God chooses his soldiers. And who am I to put in my 2 cents?
No, we're the Smiths from Merrimack, Pennsylvania. This is my wife, Merle. You can call me Emil.
My husband. If I don't get right to the point, he'll get there for me.
It's nice to meet you both.
Uh-huh. Well, how did you hear about the Schottenjägers?
Oh, we're demonologists. My wife
Of course.
makes it her business to know a lot about a lot of different things. She's a regular, what you call, occultist scholar, aren't you, Mother?
That's right.
Yeah.
I read about you all when I was studying an old witch trial last spring, and I have been dying to get over here ever since.
Well, so nice of you to stop by, but I'm afraid the Schottenjäger isn't here right now. I'll let him know you called, though.
Oh, no. And I was so hoping to talk shop. We fighters of darkness are so rare these days.
I know, it can't scare one up to save your soul.
It's not your fault, Missy. I told Merle to call before he came.
People just don't take you seriously unless you're standing right there. You know that, Em.
Well, it's rather late, and if you're driving, you might as well, go out right now.
Don't worry about that. We're
Driving?
going to spend the night at the guest house in town. That's right.
Stop by tomorrow, won't you, dear? You and I can exchange stories at least.
Yay.
Come on, Merle. These ladies are tired. I think we ought to go.
But, Em.
Come on, let's go. Good night, ladies.
Good night.
Good night. Wait, what's wrong?
It's not your fault. This just happens, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I'll get her some water.
Give me your hand. I see. I see danger. Someone close to you is in danger.
Oh no.
I see something. Something like a wolf.
A wolf.
Black wolf.
Now, don't you worry, miss.
Yes,
my
woof woof.
Merle is going to be all right. This just happens sometimes. That's all. It just happens. Come on, Merle. Let's go. Come on.
What happened?
I don't know.
Nothing to worry about. Chapter 3. I mean, I might actually be able to, like, do the entire 3rd chapter. We'll see. If it's gonna take another 2 hours, then we'll see. Wow, he's working hard. What? 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 What's all this stuff he's hallucinating about? Well, loud piano music is playing and I'm talking over it because him daydreaming isn't loud enough. Why is he doing this? Okay, that's better. Don't want to get muted. What? And really, he was sleeping in that position. With his belt on. I mean, you're gonna sleep in your everyday clothes, fine, but with belt and shoes on? Seems a bit excessive. But maybe that's just me. Yeah, it looks like a bench that's meant for sitting, not sleeping. But, well, I'm not surprised he had a bad dream. Any excuse to get off of that couch, bench, whatever.
Kinda. Oh, homie. I don't need anything else right now.
Alright, so still not getting changed. It's been days. Getting changed is overrated, though. Alright, back to this pile of items. Lovely.
I don't have anything to write about at the moment.
Is it going to be the same paper? Nope. Let's see. I guess I'll translate it and then read it out loud. So, same newspaper, 19th of March, 94. It's a Tuesday, apparently. Killer wolves strike in the inner city. Most recent, and so far, most gruesome, attack, is scaring the public, and, the, basically the officials are all just, well, not doing anything. This morning around 1 a.m., there was... the killer wolves killed their 6th victim, and did that in just the city center. A side street of the street the hunting club is in. Yes. Yes. In this case, it means again. So, side street of the hunting club street. Close to the place with the... forgotten the word again. City Hall. That one. Yeah, they attacked there. So, in a side street of that street, near the City Hall. The corpse was found around 1:15 a.m. And they say the specific street where it was found. And the cobblestone there was still covered in blood. Not sure why it wouldn't be covered in blood if it's only been 15 minutes. And I didn't read it out loud, so. And yes. Yes, it is. So. Anyways. Killerwölfe schlagen in der Innenstadt wieder zu. Der letzte, bislang grausamste Vorfall versetzt die Bevölkerung in Angst und Schrecken und die Behörden sehen machtlos zu. Heute Morgen gegen 1 Uhr haben die Killerwölfe ihr 6. Opfer gefordert und dies mitten in der Innenstadt. In einer Nebenstraße der Dienerstraße, nicht weit vom Marienplatz und dem Rathaus, schlugen die Mordbestien wieder zu. Die Leiche wurde gegen 1:15 Uhr in der Althofstraße entdeckt, als die Pflastersteine in dem kleinen Hof noch immer mit Blut bedeckt waren. There. So. Still the same note.
Who should I call?
And I still don't know who to call. So. I'm not Dutch. Well.
Hello.
Grüß Gott.
They've got quite the collection here.
Authentic Black Forest cuckoo clocks. Maybe Gracie would like one for her shop redecoration.
But yeah, I think the one I have might be from this area too. I don't know.
He doesn't strike me as a sparkling conversationalist.
No? I guess not.
He doesn't.
Guess I'll just try and buy one?
I'd rather pick something out first.
Fine.
Authentic Black Forest cuckoo clock.
That one?
I'm not crazy about that one.
That one? That one? That one?
I'm not crazy.
That one?
I'd rather pick something out first.
That one? No. Don't just pick one already.
I'm not crazy about that.
That one? No.
I'd rather pick something out first.
Fine. I guess he doesn't want one. Can I get one? No.
Cuckoo clocks.
Alright. Guess he doesn't want those.
Lots of neat scenes.
Okay. Well.
They're busy.
Yes. Very busy.
I'd give it a shot, but I don't speak the language. I'd give it a shot. I'd give it a shot. I'd give it a shot. I'd give it a...
Alright. They're busy and he'd give it a shot, but he doesn't speak the language.
I'd give it a shot. Guess I figured out where last night's killing took place.
Oh wow, you did so well figuring that out. It's not like I read the newspaper and it said that in there. Cuckoo clocks.
Looks like a television news crew. Looks like a...
I don't think they'd know much about it.
Isn't that the detective from the paper? Commissar Lieber?
Probably.
Commissar Lieber, my name is Gabriel Knight. I've been trying to get in touch with you at the station.
A year. And he mispronounced the name to the point where it sounded like the word for love and not the word for liver. Same thing.
He's not listening.
I don't think they'd know much about it.
And nope. Nope, he can't.
I don't think they'd know much.
And he also doesn't own a German-English dictionary. I'd say that's the first thing I'd get, but not him. So...
Commissar Lieber, my name is Gabriel Knight. I need to discuss some evidence with you.
What do you want? I'm busy here.
I have some evidence here that contradicts your Zoo
Well,
theory. I was wondering if
love,
we could discuss
not...
Look, I don't know who you are or what you think you're doing, but I don't have time for this.
He's not really pronouncing the R that well, so... Okay.
He's not listening.
Hunting license? Hey, look, I stole
don't
this.
think Commissar Lieber.
No? Okay. Did I take any notes?
My notebook.
Guess not.
I don't think Commissar Liebe would be impressed with that.
That's what he's saying, isn't it? So.
He's not listening.
He is saying that word, so. Haven't heard him say commissioner. But maybe that's just me.
Looks like a television news crew.
I don't think they'd know much about it. I don't think they'd...
I wonder who the victim was this time.
Yes, I'm wondering that too.
That's me, Gabriel Knight.
Oh, that's him. Alright. Didn't recognize him there. Looked like he had a really weird mustache.
Guten Morgen, Herr Knight. I'm afraid there's no one here at the moment. They're all busy with their daily tasks. You are, however, welcome to use the club. So I've been informed.
Thank you, Xavier. You're so kind.
Okay. I guess I'll go use the club. Nice and creaky, as it should be.
It's in German.
What did he expect? He's been living in Germany for a year. And he still picks up a random magazine on a random person's table and expects it to be in English.
Locked.
But yeah, I guess he didn't go to a doctor's office or hairdresser or any place that might have magazines that he didn't buy. In the entire year he's been here. Because, well, he'd learned the whole magazines aren't always in your native language, especially if you're abroad thing. He'd learned that pretty quickly.
And I thought Germans only drank beer.
Well.
And I thought Germans only drank beer.
Tell that to the wine industry.
I don't think I should get too comfy around here. Nice plant.
Surprised it's still alive in here.
Just the right size for the big bad wolf to come down the chimney. Unless he's already
What?
here.
What? I don't remember that fairy tale. Does the wolf ever climb down a chimney in any of the fairy tales? Don't remember that happening.
Mind if we chat for a moment?
Anything to be of service, sir.
Okay.
So, tell me about the club.
What about it?
Just all the things, please. Thanks.
How long has the club been around?
Since 1970.
No way. The old Royal Bavarian Hunting Lodge? It's older than that, isn't it?
Die Königliche Bayerische Hofjagdloge is ancient. This particular form of it is new.
Okay. Yeah.
What happened in 1970?
Baron von Glauer came. He brought a new vision. The lodge had nearly died out. Hunting is not so popular as it used to be.
Were you here when von Glauer joined?
Baron von Glauer. He hired me later, in 72.
Okay, he's been working here for like 20 years?
How many members are there?
There are 5 now, not including you. I'm not sure of your status.
5? You mean the men that were here last night make up the entire club?
Quantity is not an overriding concern with us, Herr Knight. The Baron personally interviewed and approved each new member. Despite your own experience, this club is extremely exclusive. Not everyone would fit in.
No, I don't suppose they
Thanks
would.
to the host. How you doing? Did you just get done streaming?
As a group, once a month or so.
Once a month? Hell, I thought y'all were hunters. Back home, you don't get out there and spill a little blood at least once a week. The other men start looking at you funny.
Organized club hunts are once a month. Members can use the club's lodges anytime on a more casual basis, and they frequently do.
Well, the thing is, the whole historically, they weren't always a republic, so there's that. And, well, I'm just talking to him at this point.
So, tell me about the club members.
I don't gossip about our members, Herr Knight.
Gossip? With you? Please. I've never met anyone as obviously discreet as you.
Thank you.
Bet you could drop a load if you wanted to, though.
What?
You probably know more about what goes on around here than anyone.
True. At least I used to. But with all these new people coming in, I'm not sure I know anything anymore.
Aww. He's feeling left out.
I mean, I'm not the only fresh blood.
No, Herr Dr. Klingman was only accepted a few weeks ago.
Really? Who brought him in?
I was not in on the discussion, so I really couldn't say. But I'm sure there was more thought behind his acceptance than yours.
And I can't tell you too much about, well, the history of Germany and all of its separate regions. Well, most of my history class was about, well, the history of my country, and only part of it was, well, directly related to German history. Either way, let's just say, from what I know, Germany and Austria went, some slightly different routes when it comes to how they deal with, well, former aristocrats. Over here, you're not allowed to use your royal titles anymore. Like, you're not allowed to use them. It's forbidden. But over there, as far as I know, you can buy a royal title. And then use it legally.
Heard of the Black Wolf?
No.
Alrighty. Alright, Xavier. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not saying other countries don't, but over here they're banned. You're not allowed to use them. It's just how it works. I mean, like, maybe as a nickname, but other than that, nope. Because I think it's got something to do with how the whole empire ended up, and So I think there might still be like a descendant of the Habsburgs around. But, well. Yeah, but over here you can't put them on your ID card. You're not legally allowed to use your royal title at all. And the royal title would just be the of place part. So instead of being called von Habsburg, they're now just called Habsburg. So.
I don't think she speaks much English. Besides, I'm not much in the mood for meat at the moment.
Okay. Still not gonna buy anything, but that's fine. Maybe I'm gonna get my package from Grace.
Das vereinbaren Sie am besten mit meiner Sekretärin. Gut, ja, danke. Oh, I was hoping you'd stop by. I have a package for you.
Really?
This is one.
Must be from Gertie.
I trust this morning finds you well, Mr. Knight.
Hell, I'm lucky it's found me at all. You can call me Gabriel, by the way.
Oh, call me Harald. Harry's okay too.
Thanks, Harry.
I think he's a native speaker too, but I'm like not entirely sure. Anyways, he said that when he was on the phone, he said something along the lines of just talk to my secretary about it. Seemed like he was talking about making an appointment with someone. Don't know who it is.
I don't have anything else to say right now.
Alright, and can I open the package? Yep. Okay.
March 18th, 1994. Gabriel, you might as well know, I'm in Rittersburg. I wasn't about to sit in New Orleans and let you have all the fun. Besides, if it goes anything like last time, you're gonna need my help. I've been doing the research Gerda said you wanted. Enclosed is a book you might find useful. It looks a little outdated, but then I've never dealt with werewolves before, so it's hard to be sure. There's also some werewolf history right here in town. I found some clues pointing to a werewolf called the Black Wolf. He's cropped up in a couple of places, including here in Rittersburg in 1750, and in association with Ludwig II, a Bavarian king that died in 1886. It's all ancient history, I know, but something tells me that it is relevant. I'm not sure where to go from here, except to look into Ludwig II. Ask around about the Black Wolf in Munich and see what you find out. Also, let me know if you want me to research Ludwig or join you there. I'm sending this to your lawyer, but I'll need to contact you directly. Send your address and phone number ASAP. Herr Huber is being stubborn and won't tell me. Be careful and write. Grace.
Damn it, what the hell is Grace doing here? At least she's off in the ozone somewhere. The Black Wolf, Ludwig II. She's really losing it.
Yes, go insult her. That's a perfectly reasonable thing to do.
I don't have time to worry about this historical stuff at the moment. I don't think it's got much to do with what's going on here in Munich.
Sure.
I don't have time to worry about...
Yeah, just don't worry about the historical stuff. That would be silly. But no, it's a werewolf cult.
Chapter 3. Lycanthropy, the ways of the wolf. There are two categories of werewolf cases. False or
fine.
Disorder. Man
so he's willing to read this book, though.
The mind of a
so I'll just make sure he's read it too. Wait. Nah, it's still the same stuff.
Werewolf symptoms. Therefore, look.
Okay, great. So, let's see.
Do you know anything about King Ludwig II?
But naturally. Have you been running into him much on your tour of Munich?
Running into him? Isn't he dead?
Yes, yes, long dead. But he is still everywhere, like your Marilyn Monroe or Elvis. He is the Bavarian enigma.
I think the next game has Tim Curry again. I'm not sure. But yeah, he's doing his best, so yeah. Seems fine. Sure, he's not Tim Curry, but that's just a matter of, well, people not being identical clones of each other.
So what's the big deal about this Ludwig guy?
They call him the fairy tale king. He's very romantic and mysterious, you know. He built
Romantic?
castles, and now they are huge tourist attractions.
Castles? Where are they?
Oh, let's see. Herrenchiemsee is about 3 hours southeast. Neuschwanstein is southwest of the border with Switzerland, about 2.5 hours. I can have my secretary draw you a map, if you like, but most German maps have them already marked.
No thanks. I wasn't thinking of going myself. But it does seem like a harmless enough activity for someone else I know. So this guy's just a dead king, right? And these castles are just out in the countryside, hours from Munich.
Yes.
Perfect.
He's gonna send Grace to look at castles because he thinks she's just going to get herself into trouble otherwise. What does she see in him?
Have you ever heard of anyone or anything called the Black Wolf?
No. Sorry.
Yes, probably the hair.
Yeah. It's all right. I'm sure it's nothing. I don't have anything else to say right now. Well, I'm off. See you, Harry.
Goodbye.
Okay. Not sure why he calls him Harry now, because that was not the name he was offered to be allowed to use. I believe it was Harold, not Harry. But I guess that's just the kind of person Gabriel is. I don't like him all that much. Not sure if you guys have noticed.
What should I mail?
Well, I guess I'll write Grace a letter. So, that way, and down, and over this way. Okay. There.
I'd better make sure Gracie keeps busy.
Uh-huh.
Elsewhere.
Yes. Yes, better make sure to keep her busy, otherwise she might end up with ideas and things. That would be a problem. I mean, is he even paying her at this point? Now that he's rich? He might not be, I don't know. Thanks for the raid! How you doing? Time to go send a letter. What were you streaming? Thanks for the follow.
I was hoping for a Mercedes.
Seems like it's not popping up on stream, but still, thanks. My bot should be working, I think. Wait, how is Gabriel? I don't know. He's okay, I think. Worried about keeping Grace busy for some reason. Thanks for follow. Now that it's actually working. Took it a second. What box? I'm confused. Castlevania. Alright. Assuming that game won't be that easy. So... what do you do when you die in that game? Do you start again from the start of the game? Or do you switch games? Oh, my bot. As in chatbot. As in the spider bot. There. Well, it sounds like it's going to be a challenging playthrough. Well... Germany as interpreted by Sierra. Without really having talked to the many Germans. At least that's my impression of the game so far.
That's taken care of.
Alright. Don't know why, but the way he was walking out of that place, it made it seem like he was leaving a restroom, not a post office. But maybe that's just the impression I got.
He's not listening.
Can I throw books at him?
I don't think Commissar Liebe would be impressed with that.
No. Can I stab him?
I don't think Commissar Liebe...
I think he would be impressed, or, well, you'd have his attention. So, did he take any notes?
I don't think
Nope. Anything else? Let's see. Nope. Still can't handle this inventory. Doesn't quite make that much sense to me, the way it's structured. So, right, that was the stuff he wrote. So, like, the draft of the first page of the first chapter of his book. Yeah, this game is difficult. It doesn't really give you that many hints. You just have to figure out. But yeah, I don't know what to do here.
Looks like a television news crew.
Yes, but it's not the way you'd spell it. In German? I mean, I can tell you. And fair enough. Thanks for the raid. In German they're called Basierklingen. So there.
I don't think she speaks much English.
Still not going to talk to her. So, anything I can chat with him about? Like, possibly Grace?
I don't have anything
Nope.
else to...
Nope, nothing. Alright.
I'm off. See you, Harry.
Goodbye.
Took me a second to get that, but... Ha. Yes, ha.
No point in going back in there at the moment. I can't even try to talk my way in.
Alright.
I don't need to do anything else at the lab.
But I am going to head to the zoo. Okay. Hello, Wolfies.
They don't look dangerous.
No? Alright.
Klingman's
You say
office
so?
is locked.
I'll just read that.
Canis lupus lupus. European wolf.
Yes. So... yeah, I know the barrier is... well... it looks rather useless. And I wouldn't know where to buy chocolate in this game. So... that's not gonna happen. So... what else could I do? Can't seem to buy anything here. I've tried several times already.
I'm not much in the mood.
Nope.
I'm not much in the mood.
Still nothing.
I really think I'll have to pass on that.
Okay. Have it your way, Gabriel.
I really think I'll have to pass.
But yeah, I'm still planning on doing that. I don't know why I'd want to do that, but I think it's going to be a thing later.
He doesn't strike me as a sparkling conversationalist.
So, I still don't know what I'm going to buy here. Because he didn't want any of the cuckoo clocks that are on display on this screen. I'm having the same cursor issue again. That's always great. The one where when I go to the edge of the screen, it does this. Yeah. And then it just gets stuck there. It's great. Super useful. Yes, cuckoo clock. The thing you put on a wall and tells you the time and it makes obnoxious sounds every hour. Well, to some people. I think they're kinda neat, but...
I think I've pumped that particular well dry.
That's one way to reference another human being.
It won't do much good to keep trying it. It's locked.
But maybe it's unlocked now.
It just leads to a back alley.
Yeah, but I still want to open it. So, what else could I want to do? Search
Even
the
their
trash.
cans are
Nope.
clean in this city.
What could I do? No, I don't think he can go for a swim route here. He had a dream about a lake, but yeah, I don't know how you can go to that lake. Not sure he's ever actually been at that lake. And I'm not familiar with that. But yeah, I
Looks like a television news crew.
can't seem to talk to anyone else.
I don't think they'd know much about it. I don't think they'd know. I don't think.
Yeah, everyone but him knows nothing about this case. They're just here to admire the scenery. He's so condescending. Alright. What could be interesting to that guy? I've already tried to show him these, but...
He's just being
Nope.
real stubborn about that. I'll have to think of something else.
So...
I don't think Commissar Liebe would be impressed.
Not that. Anything else? This thing?
I don't
Nope.
think Commissar...
Can I record him? I mean, what would I do to try and impress him? Apart from try out and stab him or show him the fact that I stole a hunting license. It's this guy.
He's not listening.
And thanks for stopping by. Have a nice rest of your day. You've still got, like, an additional hour left to the day. That I don't. Time zones are silly. So... they really narrowed down the choices I have. And, well, this chapter. So yeah, I think I might need a hint. I don't know. I think I'm supposed to buy something at the Cuckoo Clock store. But apart from that, not entirely sure what I'm doing. In other news, my bitrate looks like a heart rate, so yay.
He doesn't strike me as a sparkling conversationalist.
So, anything I can ask him about? Does he have a clock that needs to be repaired? I don't think he does. Fine, I'll try and show the other items. Oh, the reporter. Sure. Sure, that would be a way to get attention. Alright. So... this... nope. This... stuff? Oh, look.
Are y'all with the news? I have some information you might find of interest.
You're an American.
That's right.
And you believe you have information about the mutilation killings?
I do have some information, yes, ma'am. I was about to discuss it with the commissar over there, but he seems kind of busy. I thought I'd speak with y'all instead.
Nun gut, was soll's. Dreh schön, Dieter. Wir befinden uns am Tatort des bis jetzt letzten bizarren Todesfalles, der durch die Killerwölfe herbeigeführt wurde. Mit mir befindet sich ein Amerikaner, der offensichtlich wichtige Hinweise bezüglich dieses Mordfalles hat. You believe you have information about the wolf killing, sir?
Yes, yes, I do. I was about to ask Commissar Liebe over there some questions, such as why animal hair found at the crime scene is reddish-brown when the escaped zoo wolves were gray.
Fragt, wieso die Tierhaare am Tatort rötlich-braun sind, jedoch die entlaufenen Zuwölfe offensichtlich grau waren.
And how come paw prints found at the scene indicate an animal much larger?
If I remember correctly, she's actually Swedish.
Lupus, lupus.
Und fragt, wieso die Pfotenabdrücke am Tatort viel größer sind als die der Zoowölfe. How did you get this information?
Well, all right. You have my attention. Now, who are you?
Gabriel Knight.
Could you not assault me, please?
I've been by your station to see you, but funny thing, they would not let me in.
All right. I'll see you at the station later, but only if you agree to get out of here and not talk to the police.
You got it.
Yeah, he has to be jealous of the hair or something. But yes, if I remember correctly, while looking through the cast list of this game, I think she's born in Sweden. So, yes. She had quite the accent while speaking English and speaking German, and it wasn't a native accent. You'd probably not have her as a TV reporter for a German TV station. Just saying. So, she was supposed to sound like a proper, original, native German person, and she definitely does not sound like the part. Oh well. Close enough, I guess.
I told Lieber I wouldn't talk to the press anymore. Too bad, I could have been another David Hasselhoff.
I looked her up. If I'm not entirely mistaken, this is the exact actress I looked up, who is listed as German reporter. So, you can check IMDb. So, the role is called German reporter. Guessing that's the lady. Because I was looking through the list to see how many people actually seemed like they were German native speakers. And there were people from Hungary, the US, Sweden, the US, and like maybe one or two German native speakers. That I remember. Well, and I found. So, I didn't look through the entire list. I think it was like 80 people or something.
Gabriel, come in.
Hey, Harry.
The news reporter.
I don't have anything else to say right now. Well, I'm off. See you, Harry.
Goodbye.
But yeah. This game really illustrates my point of, well, US media don't always know what German is. At least they're speaking German and not Dutch, but, well. So, we're supposed to go to the police station, so I'll be doing that.
Kommen Sie herein.
Kommissar Lieber, so generous of you to see me.
Sit down, Mr. Knight.
He has a weird way of talking, and the poster on his door says,
Now,
how do you become police?
you will tell me what you think you know about this case, yes?
How do you say, quid pro quo in German?
There is no translation.
Thanks so much for your time.
What?
Sit down.
What? What?
What are you proposing exactly?
You want information? I want information. It's, kind of convenient that way.
I can't give you police information.
Why not? I'm not asking for anything confidential. Hell, I can't even read the damn newspapers around here. Press release stuff, that's all I want.
All right. But then it's your turn. Agreed?
I hear you.
But yeah, it's grammatically incorrect. And I think it's a child asking a police officer. So. Okay.
This map, it marks the locations of all the wolf killings, right?
Yes. What?
The one last night, the one in the middle, doesn't really fit, does it?
It has to fit. It happened.
I suppose. I still say that one in the middle is different. I still say that.
Yes.
I still.
Yes, the one in the middle is different. Wow. Don't even think too much about the other ones. Try and analyze if they're near castles or something like that.
How long have you been a commissar?
10 years.
All of them here in Munich?
Yes.
And a criminal commissar is like, what, a police detective in America?
Americans don't have so many ranks, I think. A German criminal commissar is, say, more like an English chief inspector.
Ah, P.D. James.
What?
Nothing.
I can human, I swear.
Tell me about the other victims.
What do you want to know?
Okay.
How many victims have there been?
5, including the one downtown.
Wasn't it
Could there be
6?
bodies out there that you haven't found yet?
The newspaper said 6.
The killings have been done in broad daylight. Body parts left like a trail of Brotkümmel. Breadcrumbs?
Jack the Ripper Wolf.
I'm pretty sure the newspaper said 6. Huh. So either someone needs to review numbers, or he's lying.
When were the other victims killed?
The first was 32 days ago.
2 days after the zoo wolves escaped. And the others?
The 2 teenage boys were killed 20 days ago. The Huber girl 6 days ago.
They're speeding up.
Maybe.
Wait. Didn't he just list 5? Was I not paying enough attention? I'm very confused.
What about the locations of the killings? Any pattern there?
You can see for yourself if you like. I have a marked map on the wall. Until last night, the killer always struck 30 to 40 minutes outside the city. The first was killed north of München near Esching. The 2 males were killed in Feldkirchen.
No, fine. 1, then 2, then 1, then...
Tony Huber was killed
fine.
on my parents' farm just west of Lachem.
Fine. So, I thought it was 2 and 2 and 1 and the most recent one.
What does forensics say about the killer?
That information is not for the press.
But the bite marks, saliva, you've seen the bodies, I haven't.
All I can say is, it is an animal.
Mind if I take a guess? Your boys in the lab say the bite marks are canine and are closer to wolf than to dog. But beyond that, they can't pin it down. Nothing like it on the records. Probably a weird hybrid. Yeah. That's what I thought.
He's so smug.
Have you given any thought at all about the possibility of...
What?
Werewolves?
A werewolf?
That's how you get people to take you seriously.
Never mind. The killer isn't one of the zoo wolves, is it?
That is information the press does not have, Mr. Knight. I expect it to stay that way.
I understand.
As you pointed out so loudly at the crime scene, evidence on the killer does not match what we know of the zoo wolves.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts about that?
Either there is a mistake with the zoo records.
I think the zoo would know if they had a reddish-brown hybrid in the wolf kennel.
I didn't say it was likely. Another possibility is, of course, that another animal is responsible.
Wild?
Possibly. Maybe. A pet.
A pet?
A pet wolf.
And maybe the reason you haven't been able to track the thing is that it's going into someone's home.
It's possible.
That smile. Yes. Maybe someone's family dog is eating kids. Alright. I think he might have been well, he might have spent a bit too much time in this job already.
You keep saying an animal. You found evidence of only one animal? One bite pattern, one saliva type?
I highly doubt it's legal.
Yes.
Yet 2 wolves escaped from the zoo.
As you say, the zoo wolves do not figure into this at all.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. No, I definitely would not say that.
Yeah. So, over here, we have a system where you need to take a certain course and pass a test to be allowed to own certain dog breeds. So, well, I'd assume keeping an actual wolf would just be prohibited. Especially since they're rather rare, and they wouldn't want people trying to capture wolves to then keep them as pets. But, well, don't know if they'd be available at all. And what's smart? Requiring people to take a certain exam for specific breeds, but not size? Yeah, it's not by dog size, it's by specific breeds. So you'd have to take the exam for a pit bull, I think, but not for a golden retriever. Not sure about a German shepherd. So they still have huge jaws, and they could definitely harm a human being. But they're just going for certain breeds. So doesn't really make that much sense to me. Considering, well, you could probably train just about any dog to behave in ways the general public wouldn't want your dog to behave.
Tell me about the latest victim.
Male, 52, Grossberg was the name. He was a furrier. Ironic, isn't it?
A furrier. What an amazing coincidence.
But yeah, to be honest, I'd say people should generally know how to keep a dog before owning a dog. So I'd be for everyone who's planning on getting a dog doing something like that. Not just the people who are planning on getting a very specific breed.
Have any theories about why the killer struck
Anyways.
downtown this time?
No. Do you?
I read somewhere that wolves are clean animals. They don't kill close to their lair unless they're forced to.
But lair? What are you talking about?
Not sure, actually. Random thought.
I'm not sure wolves generally have a lair. But, well. And I'm not sure why they wouldn't hunt in their own territory. Because that wouldn't make any sense.
Have you ever heard of anyone or anything called the black wolf?
The hair samples we have are all reddish brown.
Yeah, I know. I was just wondering if you'd heard of a black wolf in general.
He has.
Hold on.
Either that or he really has to go to the bathroom. No? Okay. Just sudden urge to get up and look in his filing cabinet. Alright. Any black wolves? Alright.
Here is this.
Very dramatic.
Missing persons case. a runaway teenaged girl. It happened in 1989 in a town called Kirschel, in the Nationalpark Bayerischer Wald, Bavarian National Forest.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I just thought I remembered something. It was a sad case, you know. She was very pretty. Ah, yes. Here it is.
What?
There was a supposed witness. An old lady who lived on the edge of town near the woods. She says she saw the girl go into the woods the night she disappeared. Says the wolf got her.
The wolf?
The old lady had been complaining for some time about a huge black wolf in the woods. But no one believed her. She was verrückt, crazy.
No one else ever saw the thing?
Hadn't been any wolves in those woods for 50 years.
So there was probably nothing to it.
That's what I thought at the time. Of course, that was years before this case. Never heard of wolf attacks back then.
Okay. Also, side note, I don't think he's a German native speaker. I don't actually know, though. He's not really been speaking that much German, and a lot of it has been him just screaming. So I'm getting the impression he's not a native speaker.
Do you get a lot of missing persons cases in Germany?
Oh, sure. Mostly teenagers, runaways. It gets worse all the time. Families are not like they used to be, yes?
Suppose not. That's all I wanted to know.
Good. We discuss you now, yes?
I guess.
You want to tell me, or do I have to ask?
I'm investigating the murder of Tony Yuba for her parents.
Why?
I'm an investigator. That's what I do.
You're an American PI?
I figured.
You could say that.
And how did the Hubers end up hiring you?
Mutual friends?
I see. And this evidence you have?
A paw print and some hair samples from the Yuba farm. I spoke with some folks at the zoo as well.
All right, Mr. Knight. I don't know how the police deal with you in America, but in this country, we don't like civilian interference.
I understand.
If you hear something, you come to me. If you see something, you come to me. And under no circumstances are you to speak with the press. You do. And I'll have your passport.
You wouldn't like it. It was a bad hair day.
I am quite serious.
I swear, not a word.
All right.
Someone's obsessed with his hair.
I can't stop you from investigating. But stay out of our way.
Quiet as a shadow. That's me.
Okay. But yeah, his portrayal just seems very over the top.
Probably nothing of interest back there. Besides, I can't see past the commissar's big head.
Wow. Lovely.
I don't have any more questions for the commissar. At least he's neater than Detective Mosley. I'm gonna take off.
Stay out of trouble.
Of course.
So, where do I go?
I don't need to do anything else at the lab.
He's probably still not there.
Klingman's off.
Yep. Okay. And I don't know. Think reality might collapse if he has a bad hair day. So, let's hope he was just joking.
You mentioned the possibility of my using your secretary for research?
Anytime.
Great. I wouldn't ask, but I need a newspaper search done, and my German sucks.
No problem. What exactly are you looking for?
Missing persons. Actually, missing persons cases that occurred in or near forested areas.
How far back do you want to go?
10 years?
Okay, I can spare her later in the day. We should have it ready for you by tomorrow.
Great. Thanks.
Okay then. Yes, let me just borrow your secretary. But yeah, 10 years worth of missing persons reports. That's gonna take a while. So... well, I don't know. Just probably plenty.
Something's been.
How small do you think Germany is? Because, well... can I get my mouse cursor back, please, game? Yes, no, maybe? Would be nice if I could. No? Just gonna keep that, I guess. Hello? No. It's not. There it is. I think I'll be restarting the game because this isn't quite working so well. So... I just don't want more mouse cursor issues. It's, well, it's quite a hassle. And this is the main way I know how to, well, fix it temporarily. Even if it takes a bit to start the game back up. Okay.
These woods go back a ways.
So, do I write more letters?
I don't want to distract Grace.
Do I
Who
call
should I
anyone? No. Not sure what else I'd be trying to do today. So. Okay. Thanks for follow. So nothing to do at the university or at the zoo. Maybe I'm supposed to steal something from the police officer, just for old time's sake.
Miss the Knight.
Kommissar Lieber?
Sit down.
He really likes his posters, doesn't he?
I still say that one in the middle is different. I still...
Because the police officer has a poster on the wall opposite his door, too. So. Well.
Grossberg. Didn't Liebe say that was the name of the guy who was killed last night?
Okay. Why do I have that guy's phone number? So they have his first name and last name, his height, his weight, just his street address, and his phone number. Okay. Seems like an incomplete address, to be honest.
Grossberg.
Because it's just street and street number. No, I haven't called that number yet since I just found it for the first time. So, can I take notes? Alright. Yes, you're being very subtle. So very subtle. But yeah, 125 is on the heavy side. Like the average human body weight they usually use for like physics exams and such would be around 70 kilograms. And that guy was 125. So, I mean, I'm definitely not an expert when it comes to that stuff there.
I'm gonna take off.
Don't really think too much about
Stay
it.
out of trouble.
Of course.
So, I should have the phone number now. Agreed. Him taking those notes was, well, the sneakiest of sneaky actions he's done. Almost as sneaky as hiding behind a filing cabinet. Nope, can't call him. Wait, what? No. Alright.
My notebook.
Yep, still can't look at it. Alright. What do I do with that address?
I was hoping for a Mercedes.
Stop. Just stop complaining about the car. For once. Okay.
I'm not sure why I'd want to show him that.
Fine, so he ripped the page out of his notebook, so I'll have to use that, not the notebook. Fine. I'll try again. There. Are you secretly Gabriel?
Hello?
Hello, my name is Knight. I'm an
Thanks for
American
follow.
associate of Herr Grossberg's.
Yes? I was just calling the people in Herr Großberg's address book to notify them. Have you heard that Herr Großberg has...
Yes, I know about his death.
Yes, I'm sorry. Would you mind giving me your name again so I can check you off the list?
Knight.
Ella Hoffman... I'm not finding you.
Could you check under Vaughn? It's Vaughn Knight.
Oh, so... Yes, Von. Von Eigner, von Frank, von Stein... You're not under Von either.
Excuse me, did you say Von Agner?
Yes?
Do you know Von Agner?
I don't know him. I don't know most of Großberg's business contacts.
Grossberg knew him.
If this is about money, you're out of luck. All the accounts are locked until someone comes in and takes over. Besides, there's nothing in them anyway.
Really? Well, could you just look up an account balance for me?
I can't. The address book is all I have. The police have taken Herr Großberg's ledgers.
Oh, well, thank you.
Goodbye.
Okay. He put the phone on top of the cable.
I don't want to distract Gracie from her Ludwig research with another...
What?
I don't want to distract Gracie from her Ludwig research with another letter.
Yes, don't give her a heart attack now. But yeah, it says it's the 6th person who's been killed by the wolves. So maybe the papers know more about it than the police do.
I was hoping for a Mercedes.
Or, I don't know. Okay. So, I'm guessing I might be able to talk to him more? Nope.
To say, right?
Nope. Or the hunting club. Crime scene is gone. Or, well, they've cleaned it up.
I think I've pumped that particular well dry.
Okay. Still nobody over here.
It just leads to a back alley. It won't do much good to keep trying.
Thanks for follow.
And I thought Germans only drank beer. Dead things. Gotta love them.
He's such a convincing hunter. Yes, dead things. I too like to display my own dead things. Yes. Maybe they have some dead things for sale. Okay.
He doesn't strike me as...
Nope. Nope. Anything he might want to see? I don't really have anything he might be able to fix. So...
He doesn't strike me as a sparkling conversationalist.
Okay, that one. Fine. It's okay. I guess I'm buying that one. What?
Yeah, well, there is in there this sound thing, you know, to wake up. You know, in the morning.
Okay.
An alarm clock.
Yeah, alarm clock. Yeah, richtig. Yeah.
How much is it?
Wie viel? 60 marks.
He might be a native speaker. And yes, finally!
I'll take that woodpecker clock.
60 marks, bitte?
It's not a woodpecker! It's not the same thing.
That's all right. I'll take it as it is.
Or is that specific bird supposed to be a woodpecker instead of a cuckoo?
Dankeschön.
Bitte.
Right. Oh no, Gabriel said... Well... He said one word in German. No, it's spreading. What am I supposed to do with that clock? Why do I even have it? Wait, so I'm supposed to just do stuff over here? Okay. Who wants a cuckoo clock? Do I put it up at the hunting club? Because, well, it's time to redecorate.
I think I've pumped.
Because why not? No, can't change it out. What can I do with it?
You never know when a little woodpecking will come in handy. You never know.
Great. So... over here? Nope. Really now? Gonna hide the clock in a plant. Thanks, Sierra Moon Logic.
I think I've pumped that particular well dry.
Yeah, it is. I don't even know why I figured that out. Because it makes no sense. It's just my method of, like, figuring out places I've unlocked. And, like, trying to figure out why I'd be able to go there at all. Because most of the places I can go to, well, there's a reason for them in some way. There. Like, the fact that I can enter that specific store just made it seem like there was going to be something there. Alright, I guess I'll have to stay here and wait for the clock to do its thing. So. But yes, my advice for completing Zero games would probably be just figure out why a thing is there. If you can interact with it, you'll probably need to interact with it.
It won't do much good to keep...
So. Am I removing it again? I guess I'm removing it again. Alright. So, why would I want to hide it here? Or can I hide it in the main room too? Couch, chair, fireplace. Nope.
And I thought
Bar.
And I
Nope.
thought Germans.
Come on, sit down. Nope, not gonna do it. Alright, so I think the plant is the main place to hide it. Just don't know why I'm hiding it.
Nice plant.
So...
It won't do much good.
It just leads to a bad...
It's a bit weird.
I think I've pumped that particular well dry.
Or am I supposed to hide it in that plant?
Somebody's at the door.
I can hear.
Yes, he has ears. Yes, not at all. Super obvious drawer. I'll take those.
Everything all right?
Everything is fine, Herr Knight.
Don't mind me. I'm just walking around here. Unlocking doors I shouldn't be able to unlock. Not being suspicious. Yes, you've unlocked it.
Return those keys first before Xavier notices they're gone.
Fine. So I take the clock again, put it back again, go over there. Yes, still going.
I think I've pumped that particular well. I think...
Nope. There it is. So...
Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there.
Okay, and keys back.
Everything all right?
Everything is fine, Herr Knight.
Okay, now I can go in that room. Well, I still got one more exam to go. This month. And then more exams in January. Oh, lovely.
Just a guess, but I don't think this stuff has much to do with hunting.
No? Just weird rituals again?
Aren't some of these endangered species? Aren't some of these
I don't know.
Just a guess. Photos of the club hunts. Looks like von Glauer and von Zell monopolized the camera. Or the hunts. Photos of the club hunt. What the hell do these guys hunt anyway? Ninjas?
What?
What the hell do these guys...
I don't get it. So... is that all I could do here? Or is there something else? Oh. Nice. They kept notes.
Rice, von Agner, Henneman. I met them all last night. I wonder what these figures mean.
I need to talk to these people to get my stuff. Okay. And something about like having to get Gabriel's number, I think. Don't know what this is about. Kind of missing a lot of context.
Rice, von Agner, Henneman. I met them all last night. I wonder what these figures mean.
Mr. Knight?
Hey.
Yes?
This room is for members. Only.
Oh, sorry.
The door was
door
unlocked.
was open.
Mhm.
I'll go up.
Wait. I'd better make sure you do not take another unexpected detour.
Okay.
After you.
Okay. This is fine. Everything's fine. Yes.
Sava! Sava, kommen Sie!
Okay.
Ja, Baron von Zell? I found the basement door unlocked and Herr Knight below. Perhaps you could keep a better eye on the keys in the future. I will, Baron von Zell.
I've been found out. Good thing they're not being suspicious. And nothing suspicious going on at all. Everything's super legal.
Yes? What is it?
It's not like he saw anything he shouldn't.
So, what do you do for a living, Baron von Zell?
For a living?
What's that?
My family is in banking, Herr Knight. What do you do for a living?
Me? I'm a writer.
A writer? How aggressive of you.
What? He's calling me aggressive after all of that stuff? Okay. How your way?
I take it you're particularly fond of hunting. I noticed the photographs downstairs. You and the Baron sure do get around.
We are the best?
Yes.
You may find that out for yourself someday.
Oh, I'm anxious for us to hit the field. I have a feeling there's a lot I could learn from you.
You may find yourself more challenged than you can imagine.
True. I don't get in as much practice as I'd like, and hunting's like any other sport. The more you do it, the better you get.
Bullshit.
What?
Hunting is a matter of the spirit, of will.
So it is.
However, Evan could see that von Glover and I have had more practice than the others in the club. We used to hunt together quite a bit.
Used to? You don't hunt together anymore?
No, not often.
Sorry about that. I should really log out of Skype. There. It's lovely when Skype just does things like that. Alright. You install Skype once and that just keeps on keeping on in the background forever.
Are you and Von Glauer too busy to hunt much these days, or have y'all fallen out?
I suppose I've simply outgrown him.
Really? In what way?
You wouldn't understand.
Oh. How about telling me about the other club members?
I have a better idea. Why don't you tell me about
Yes, I
yourself?
got a Skype call. Shush.
Like what?
Yes, I've got a social life sometimes.
Why are you in Munich?
Oh, I'm just vacationing and thought I'd stop by on my way through.
Really? And where are you staying in Munich?
Outside of town a ways.
Which suburb?
I'm on a farm, actually. And you know, I don't remember the name of the area. Probably couldn't pronounce it anyway.
Yes. Quite curious for someone with a supposedly high Germanic background.
Yep. I guess going out and making your mark on the rest of the world will do that to a family line.
Aw. I mean, well, I don't really like using Skype, but for those of you who are on the Discord, maybe I'll be on there more often in the near future. So, yes. And yeah, me being social, what?
The club seems to be an exciting place. Do y'all travel much as a group?
No.
Really? You don't hunt abroad?
We are all very busy men.
No, isn't that odd?
But yeah, I've got another exam coming up, as I said, but after that, might be spending more time on Discord. We'll see. Still not quite sure what I'll be doing for Christmas, since I'm still trying to figure out whether I want to do a Christmas stream or more of a Christmas Discord event. We'll see. Haven't really had that much time to think.
So, how do you like the club?
Herr Knight, if you wish to learn about the club, you should keep your mouth shut and observe.
So rule 1 of the club is don't talk about the club. Okay.
Have you ever heard of the Black Wolf?
I am the Black Wolf. Well, I don't really have a streaming ready kitchen to work with, so it's a nope on that.
You mentioned that y'all don't go on hunting trips abroad?
We do not.
But those trophies in the basement, y'all really have white tigers in Germany or lions?
The majority of what the club hunts are far more common species, Herr Knight. The trophies in the basement are exceptions, and they were obtained quite legally.
Oh, you misunderstand me, Baron von.
I think not. In any case, the basement is not public territory, and its contents are, therefore, none of your concern.
Of course, I do apologize.
As a guest of this club, the why you are a guest of this club is a mystery to me. But as a guest, perhaps you should limit your prowling and sniffing to areas which you are offered openly by those who belong here.
So many wolf puns.
You're so right.
Alright. He has a bit of a temper. So...
I think I've pumped that particular well dry.
You don't think he has a temper? Alright. Maybe I was just getting the wrong impression here. But yeah, if I'm going to do a cooking stream, it would be at the other place. Since the kitchen over here isn't really suitable for streaming in. So, yeah. Okay, so still not done here? Nope, still not done. Fine. I was thinking that would be enough for one time, well, one day, but, well. Anyways. And true, I'm not saying the other kitchen would be ideal, I'm just saying this one isn't suitable at all. So.
I don't think I'm gonna get down there again. It just leads to a...
Ah, right. Need to take the clock back. Well, for once, it's rather far away from any wired internet connection. So, would make for a pretty unstable stream. Also, rather far away from any PCs. So, I'd have to move my entire setup and get, like, the biggest extension cord I can find. So. Is that gonna be enough? It feels like it should be. Nope. Still not done. Guess I'll stop by the lawyer.
Gabriel, come in.
Hey, Harry.
Just saying it's... well.
I don't have anything else to say right now.
Wouldn't be a great idea to stream from this kitchen, and it's...
Goodbye.
Just... wouldn't work out well. The lighting would be very difficult to figure out as well, so... yeah. I'd rather just attempt to do that at the other place, even though I'm not there right now. So, eventually. I do have a 5-meter USB extension cord for my webcam now, so don't ask.
I think I've pumped that particular well dry.
I needed it for uni. There. Happy now.
And I thought Germans only drank beer. Just the right size for the big bad wolf to come down the chimney. Nice plant. It just leads. I don't.
What am I supposed to do now?
I think.
This is weird. Do I check the chair for hairs or something? No. No clue what to do. Yeah, I think I might want a hint, because it seemed like the storyline was just done now for this chapter. It was, you're gonna get this tomorrow, you're gonna get that tomorrow, and I'm going to call you back tomorrow, and like, all that stuff, and just seemed like it was all, like, all the loose ends were tied up and stuff, so I don't know what the game wants me to do now. Guess I'll just wander around aimlessly. That tends to go well. Hello, random person.
Germans, always in a hurry.
Business card. Whose business card did I get? Okay.
Baron Friedrich von Glauer. He lives in the Perlacker district.
Fine. So, is that good enough? Can I write him a letter now? Do I go visit him?
Germans.
Yep, I guess I go visit him. Lovely.
Entschuldigung, Baron. Gabriel Knight ist hier, c'est Suzanne.
Lassen Sie bitte ihn herein.
Both of those had the strongest accents.
What a pleasure to see you so soon. Bringen Sie uns bitte ein zweites Glas Wein.
Hope I'm not taking advantage of your kind invitation.
Well, my invitations are meant to be kept. Come, warm yourself. I hope you like wine. I got hooked on the grape when I lived in France.
It's fine, Baron.
Call me Friedrich.
All right.
Good.
Are those plastic?
I like to have things settled. You were going to tell me how you found the club and about your hunting in America.
Oh, there must be more interesting subjects.
No doubt. You are a man who runs deep, I suspect.
on my off days.
I find nothing more stimulating than a new companion. A fresh mind with treasures to reap. New thoughts like rare birds uncovered and examined, one by one. It is only when people know each other well that they run out of things to say.
I don't know if he's trying to hit on him or trying to add him to his collection. Either way. Because it could either be, hey, I want to wear your skin as a suit, or, hey, I think you're kinda neat. Not sure what to expect.
Are you from Munich originally?
No, I was raised abroad. But both of my parents had deep Bavarian roots.
Really? Where abroad?
All over. France, England, South America, North America.
Alright.
I love to travel.
So tell me about your family.
The Von Glovers? We are not nearly as old a line as the Ritters, I'm afraid.
Do you have a wife? Children?
Good God, no.
You sound like someone else I know.
I've been picking up on certain similarities between us. Do you have relatives? How fair is the Ritter family tree?
I'm the last.
I too. I suppose all trees eventually stop bearing fruit.
Is that the writer of this game?
How'd you end up here?
My circumstances were probably not much different than your own. I wanted to return to the land of my ancestors, and so I did. Which reminds me, you were going to tell me how the Ritter family ended up in America.
My grandfather. He left the family and went to New Orleans.
But you chose to return to the family. Why?
If you want to know the truth, I didn't have a hell of a lot of choice.
Yes. I understand.
I wouldn't be surprised if she did reuse someone like this character. Well, I still think he's hitting on Gabriel, but well, I don't know.
Tell me about the club.
I'd prefer it if you formed your own opinions. To be perfectly frank, I could use a fresh perspective. That's one reason why I invited you to join us.
We have this one and we have Phantasmagoria too. I'd say the best couple in that game was, forgotten his name, and Trevor. I'm pretty sure I got that name right there. Which, well, Curtis and Trevor, yes. Yes. So, I'd say if you want, well, a more classic point and click, then that's the one to go for. So.
How about telling me about the other club members?
Yep, he does. He does say that.
You find them valuable friends once you get to know them.
Did most of them come to the club through you?
For the most part. Though occasionally, fate throws one into my lap.
But yes, another example of me being awful at names.
All of the men at the club are from wealthy German families, I gather.
Yes, but it's not quite that simple. I am a believer in self-determination. Each man at the club must also be personally accomplished and gifted.
Really?
Absolutely. For example, von Eigner owns one of Germany's biggest meat butchering plants, and he runs an elite private brewery. It's true he inherited the business, but he's expanded it a great deal.
A butchery? Huh. And the others?
Price is recognized as one of the best trial lawyers in Germany. He seems pleasant enough in person, but you would be surprised how vicious he can be in a courtroom.
Oh, yes.
And Henneman?
Is with the government. He has a prominent position and is an acknowledged contender for higher office.
Really? How high?
There have been newspaper reports that predicted the highest.
That would be convenient for his friends, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Such men are an asset to everyone who knows them.
And Baron von Zell?
Von Zell's family owned the majority of stock of one of Munich's oldest banks.
In his own personal accomplishments?
Gar is a quite promising young man. He was always top of his class, the best at anything he did.
I keep picking up a past tense here.
You haven't seen him at his best. He's going through a rough spot lately, I'm afraid.
Wait, I'm not sure if Gabriel is into guys. But I do still feel like this guy is still continuing the flirt with him. So.
There's something about the club I don't quite understand.
Yes?
I get the feeling you're not your average, ordinary hunting club.
No?
Well, that room in the basement, for instance.
I gather you've been exploring.
Well, the door was open.
It doesn't matter. You are right. Yes. Die Königlich-Bayerische Hofjagdloge is more than just a hunting club. We share certain philosophical beliefs as well.
I've got a feeling I've already heard their philosophy. Which was the wolves only eat animals that want to be eaten.
I'm curious about these philosophical beliefs of yours. Can I talk you into enlighten me?
Are you really interested?
Yes.
I'm glad. You seem to be the sort of man who would appreciate our way of thinking. The men at the club and I, it is our desire to reconnect with our true physical nature.
Go on.
Think of it this way. What makes men different from any other species on this planet? Of course. Oh, it's not a bad thing, human society. But it has come at a terrible price. Through civilization, man has lost his physical state, his sensory power, his instinct, if you will. He became fat and lazy.
Okay.
Dulled, rusted blade.
And those are my good days.
Picture a beast in the woods. It is alert. It smells. It sees. It feels everything around it.
Yes, it's a very smelly animal. It smells.
When food is to be found, it can sense danger. You put civilized man in the woods, and he's comparably deaf, dumb, and blind.
I hear you, but isn't some of that related to physical makeup? Our senses of smell and hearing aren't as sharp as those of wolves, for example.
That's just it. Surely men once had those abilities. As generations of city dwellers failed to use their most acute senses, genetically they started to fall away, the way limbs wither when not exercised. I believe we can hold this degeneration. And not only hold it, but recover that which was lost.
It's an interesting concept. Do you have any proof that such powers are recoverable?
Proof?
Yes, let's talk about genetic purity.
I felt things myself. Keener hearing, sharper smells, but documentable proof? That is harder.
Yes.
To what extent we can recover these primal abilities, and what some of those abilities might prove to be, that is what we still struggle to find out.
You're very convincing, Friedrich. There's no doubt that the potential is fascinating.
Yes. Very fascinating. Alright.
How does one go about trying to get back in touch with one's physical self? Does it have something to do with hunting?
You are right. That's part of it, yes. Man is, or was, a predator. But unfortunately, he was too smart for his own good. He figured out how to raise his prey in pens. Hunting helps us get back in touch with our predator soul.
Dude,
like,
get back in touch with your predator
omnivore, not carnivore.
Some of us
Not
have
quite
been
the same
more
thing.
successful at tapping into that than others.
But yes, an investment banker with great hair.
So how has this philosophy affected the men in the club?
The men at the club are all excellent specimens who have used the philosophy to increase their success and power.
So your woods becomes corporate headquarters, your prey the competition.
Some of the technique can be applied, yes. When the senses are primed, one can pick up all sort of feedback that is normally lost in the haze.
Speaking hypothetically, do you think it would be possible to take this philosophy too far?
Funny that should occur to you so quickly. It hadn't occurred to me for the longest time. I hope not.
And I'd say the reason Gabriel the character kind of makes me cringe is the kind of personality he exudes. It's not the kind of person I'd want to be around.
Have you ever heard of the Black Wolf?
I'm so sorry.
Oh.
It's all right.
Gunther!
Well, that was a shock.
Würden Sie das bitte reinigen?
Barely got me.
Are you all right?
Yeah.
Danke.
Nice one.
I feel so clumsy. Danke, Gunther. What was it you asked again?
Yes. What was that?
I asked if you'd ever heard of the Black Wolf.
Of course, you did. I suppose you just startled me.
Uh-huh.
These killings in the papers.
Yes.
They've really got me derailed.
Jumpy?
Any particular reason?
People getting slaughtered. Children. In broad daylight. Nature can seem cruel, but it is orderly. It does not waste or torture. Not like this. And with the club espousing what we do, our philosophy does not support this kind of thing.
I'm sure that's true.
I apologize. It's just... I'm concerned that we are not put in the best of light under these circumstances. To promote hunting when these atrocities in the papers. You must understand. The nature I promote is not a murderer. When a healthy beast kills, it takes only what it needs to survive. And it does so respectfully. It is only the man who is capable of such a pointless slaughter.
So they've got a murderer in their werewolf pack.
I'm sure the other men feel the same way.
And sorry, I generally have a hard time taking some of these games seriously. But yes, it seems like there's a murderous werewolf around. Guess he's the pack leader. Because apparently werewolf packs work in ways that actual wolf packs don't. Because that research has been disproven. But anyways, apparently they've got a murderous werewolf problem. The werewolves have a murderous werewolf problem. And it's bad PR for them. I just think it's funny.
What else to say?
Can I show him the wolf evidence?
I don't think the Baron would.
That's a great mask. Mind if I take a look?
Be my guest.
Okay.
Interesting. Is it African?
No, Indian. I picked it up in Brazil.
Huh. Von Glauer says it's Indian.
Okay, great. Good talk. Anything else I can ask him about? Giant painting? Nope, nope.
That's me, Gabriel Knight.
Oh, really?
I'm not sure what else to say.
So, can I show him anything? Like, look at my werewolf book.
I don't think the Baron would be interested.
Look at my other werewolf book.
I don't think the Baron...
Look at my other werewolf book.
I don't think the Baron would be interested.
No. Look at the hunting license I stole.
I don't think the Baron would be...
Guess not. Also, Gabriel is quite good at dodging, because the entire him being invited over was to tell this guy how he found out about the hunting club and to talk about his hunting experience. So it was basically going to be, well, I'm trying to recruit Gabriel. So it's interesting how he got out of that. Let me save there. so do I just leave?
Well, I hate to say it, but I should go.
It's been a rare pleasure.
Yeah. I've been kind of isolated over here myself.
All right.
I'll see you at the club tonight, won't I?
Oh,
of course.
And perhaps you'd like to come over for a drink after that? It'll give us a chance to talk some more about the others.
They've got a date now. Okay.
I'd like that. Thanks.
Wasn't expecting that. All right. And no, I honestly have not read the Twilight books. I've watched the movies and thought they were absolutely hilarious, even though they weren't intended to be. So, yes. And I mean, there's definitely questionable stuff as part of the story. But, well.
I think I've pumped that particular well.
Alright. I guess it's the evening.
Good night.
And you, Herr Price?
Alright. Are they gonna fight over him now? Because I got the impression that this guy was hitting on Gabriel too.
Oh, I was visiting a friend nearby, and I thought that I should take a shower before the others arrived. I was a bit automatic.
Based on what he's doing with the eyes, I'd say yes. He definitely seems to be eye flirting a lot. But maybe that's just how he looks at people.
Wow. How thoughtful.
You didn't pour him a drink,
I
or?
thought Germans only drank beer.
Okay, I'll just sit
right,
down.
Just the right size for the big bad wolf to come down the chimney. Unless... Herr Price?
Yes.
That look. Alright.
Baron von Glau mentioned that you're a lawyer.
Yes. And fortunately for me these days, I have enough money to where I only have to take those cases which interest me. I enjoy my leisure time.
And what do you do with your leisure time?
Entertain.
Look. Alright. I think you, once again, might straight up be switching to actual flirting now. Alright.
Probably a dumb question, but...
Don't mind me, I'll just be over here.
Do you like women, Herr Knight?
I've been known to.
I adore them.
That was bold.
You might call it an obsession. The stalk, the dance, the bait, the hook.
And what do you do once you've hooked him?
Oh, you know. You're quite the pleasurist yourself. Or have I misled you?
You're probably just getting a whiff of the past, Herr Price. What do you think of the club philosophy?
It works, doesn't it?
Does it?
We're all animals, but I deny it.
So you don't believe in suppressing anything?
Why would I want to suppress my urges? If your body wants something, it must be natural.
What if you get the natural urge to rip someone's throat out?
Well, fortunately, my instincts run to pleasure. Of the equally sticky but less fatal kind.
But what about those whose instincts are fatal? Should they suppress?
I believe that nature...
I feel like I'm intruding.
And how does it do that exactly?
In the wild, when a member of society does not conform, he is hunted down and executed. End of mutant instinct. And its genetic bloodline.
Oh no, we're back to genetics talk. Alright. Lovely.
Tell me about the other club members.
Oh, they're all right. Don't worry about Von Zell. He's a bastard to everyone these days.
PMS?
I don't know what his problem is. Oh, he's always been...
He made that joke too!
On the hunts, ambitious. But still, aren't we all? No, he was decent enough at one time. In fact, he was Von Glor's favorite. And he was an asset as a friend. But things change.
Okay.
And what about the other club members?
Like who?
Henneman, for example. I've heard he's in line for a position extremely high up in the government.
Henneman, he is a drunk. His days as a political superstar are over. My friends at the courthouse tell me that he has been marked for early retirement. One less politician to worry about, huh?
Are you secretly Gabriel? Now that you even make the same jokes. I'm onto you.
When did Von Zell begin to change?
Oh, he's been getting worse for a long time. I remember a hunting trip about a year ago.
Could be both.
Time I remember that we were all together and having a good time. He must have started getting difficult after that.
Seems like you've pretty much written Von Zell off yourself. Any particular reason?
Look, it's one thing when he insults the rest of us. But when he insults the Baron, no. I heard him arguing once. When Glover told Von Zell he...
Take a step back from the microphone!
Von Zell was furious.
What'd he say?
He told the Baron that he was weak. Bastard. I don't know why the Baron let him get away with it. I mean, I would have said something at the time, but... well, it was a private conversation.
Uh-huh. When was this?
I don't know. 5, 6 weeks ago?
Is he trying to eat the microphone?
How was Von Zell an asset as a friend?
He is a banker.
Are you saying he loaned you money?
He's always willing to help out his good friends.
Good
Why
friends.
would anyone in this club need money? I thought y'all were models of success.
Yes, well, fortunately, I took less advantage of Von Zell's hospitality than some.
Did they just... I don't know, not give him a pop filter or something like that? Because that audio is horrible.
Yes.
Really, where?
Oh, I don't know. Just sounds familiar.
Will you tell me if you remember?
Of course.
Okay. So.
The reinforcements have arrived. Now you'll have someone new to probe.
gentlemen, good cheer to you both. Where's the beer?
Guten Abend, mein Herr. Good evening.
Yes, new people to probe. Interesting choice of words.
Abend.
Abend. Meine kleine Familie. How are you all this evening? Gabriel, I'm glad you could join us.
I need to speak with the Baron. Enjoy your evening, Herr Knight.
Thanks.
I'll make sure not to enter the basement. Have fun, you two.
May I speak to you for a minute? What is it, Bryce?
So, now what?
Ich habe meinen Nachmittagstermin abgesagt. Wir treffen uns hier um 4 Uhr?
Ja, so viel ich weiß. Ja, so.
He cancelled his afternoon appointment.
Henneman, Von Agner?
You care to join us?
Sure. Thanks.
Okay.
I've spoken to several of the club members today, but I haven't had a chance to speak with you yet, Herr Von Agner.
How tragic. No one in this club talks better than I do.
Oh, very true.
Perhaps tomorrow?
I'd be delighted.
I haven't had a chance to get to know you yet, Herr Henneman.
Well, I'm already beyond serious conversation tonight, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Tomorrow's fine.
Well. Yeah, he really seems happy to be here.
Have you guys heard about the mutilation killing last night? Happened right around the corner.
Awful, simply awful.
I'd meant to get a newspaper, but the time got away from me. Do you have any details?
A few. The victim was a man named Grossberg. He ran a furrier business in town.
Horrible. You know, this zoo wolf business is inexcusable. The mayor has been spoken to, and quite seriously. Even the prime minister is concerned.
Did you know Grossberg, Herr Von Agner?
Me? Grossberg? Why, no. Why do you ask?
I just thought you're both in the animal processing business.
Munich is a big city, Herr Knight.
So it is.
Yes.
I was just curious.
All Germans know each other.
So, what were we all talking about when I came up?
Tomorrow's little excursion. Will you be joining us?
At 4.
Hunting trip.
A hunt trip? Really? Where?
Our lodge is at Eppenberg. It's in the Bavarian National Forest. We leave tomorrow afternoon.
Well, gosh, you know, that sounds great, but I need to have my gun cleaned and...
Oh, there are plenty of guns at the lodge.
Yeah, Von Eigner, perhaps the Baron did not mean for Herr Knight to join us quite so soon.
Oh, hell, why not then? Baron?
They're inviting him.
Hunting trip tomorrow. Will our new American friend be going with us?
Tonight? Well, I don't see why he could not.
He's not a club member. He's probably not even registered with the license office.
Nonsense, Gar. The sooner we get to see his technique, the better. We'll just slip him in, and he can register properly when we get back.
But that's not legal.
Since when do you care about legalities? It's only a hunting license?
I agree.
They're fighting over him already.
Gabriel's presence very much.
Well, enough said. The Baron should certainly get whatever he wants, shouldn't he? Perhaps it will be an interesting exercise at that.
Well, someone's jealous.
I've already bonded with those two.
They're just whispering at the fireplace.
Yes, Herr Knight?
Okay.
How's it going?
Fine. Would you excuse us, please? We are discussing something private.
Yes.
Oh.
You're very charming.
Sure.
Good job. Alright. They're probably also discussing something private.
Hey. Can I join you in a moment, Gabriel? Price and I are almost finished.
Alright. Fine.
Hey. I'll be around.
Okay. That look. Wait, that was English.
I don't think I should get too comfy around here.
Can I talk to them now?
Yes, Herr Knight?
What are you two kids talking about?
What are you two kids talking about?
That's how you make friends.
We could share it with you, Mr. Knight. But then we'd have to kill you.
Well, that's very...
I'm just kidding, Doctor.
Well, it's a very
I'm
cheesy
afraid
phrase.
The discussion is private, Mr. Knight. Run along now. We'll play with you later.
Can't wait.
Now Gabriel is flirting with them. Alright, fine. These Americans. Just translating as I go along.
Yes, Herr Knight?
Yes, these pesky Americans.
What's new?
You're getting annoying, Mr. Knight.
I am?
No, you.
Sorry, I thought this was, you know, a social occasion. I'll just go talk to somebody else.
He just wants to hang out with you. No, I guess not.
Yes, Herr Knight?
Just wanted to grab a magazine.
Then grab one.
Alright.
Thanks.
Good talk. He said he's sure that he's not part of the Ritter family.
I don't think I should get too comfy around here.
So, can I read that magazine now? Just sit? No? Fine. It looks like a unlicensed version of a certain German newspaper. Yeah.
I can't read it. It's in German.
Something clever, something. Okay. Don't be sad. Something daughters about their childhood. Overshadowed by terrorism? Okay. Something along those lines.
They're busy. I've already bonded with those two.
I'll just walk over there. Say hi to the plant.
Nice plant.
What?
Nice plant.
Seems the audio has...
It just leads to a back alley.
Yep. We're back to Sierra audio issues. Alright. Restarting the game.
I've already...
Yep. Okay. Starting the game again. Thanks, Sierra. This game takes ages to start up. There. Come on. Just do your thing already. Yes, restore. Load. There.
That's me, Gabriel Knight.
It's fixed now.
I've already bonded.
Okay. Hope going over there won't ruin it again.
Nice plant.
Okay.
It just leaves. I don't think I'm gonna...
So... what if I pretend to leave? Nope.
There are more interesting people to talk to in the back.
No issues. What if I just leave the entire party? Alright, I guess I can do that if I wanted to.
I don't think I should get too comfy around here.
Can I put it back? Nope.
It is a hoot to pester them, but I'm kind of running out of reasons. Maybe I should wait until I have something meaningful to say.
Well, I don't.
They're busy.
So, what do I do? This is me at a party, just standing around going, now what?
Dead things. Gotta love them.
What if I hide the thing in the plant again? Is that gonna do it?
I don't think that'll be necessary again.
No. But yeah,
I've already
neither of them wants to talk to me.
It is a hoot. It is a hoot. They're busy. They're busy.
So. He doesn't want to talk to
there are
me.
more interesting people to talk to in the back.
So. Yeah. Not sure why I even took the magazine, apart from, well, using it as an excuse.
And I thought Germans only drank beer.
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't think I should get too comfy around here.
The other couch?
I don't think I should get too comfy around here. And I thought Germans only drank beer.
So... I guess I can check by his lawyer for no reason at all and see if that does anything. And I don't think he drank anything.
Uber Grau's office is closed.
Well, fine. Can I buy some meat?
White sausage. Yum. I don't think she speaks much English. Blood sausage, head cheese, pork innards, bloods.
Yeah, he still doesn't want any. Fine. Yeah, he's just a tad sarcastic. I sense just the teeniest grain of sarcasm. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Thing is, I'm not German, so.
Dead things. Gotta love them.
Sure, we have plenty of different types of sausage, but don't know what will be considered white sausage. So.
And I thought German.
And I also don't know what would turn something into a white sausage. Apart from staying out of the sun, but, well, yes, very funny. I mean, I've been streaming for 5 hours. So, probably not going to be streaming for that much longer.
They're busy. They're busy.
Unless I'm just stuck here forever and ever and ever.
I don't think I should get...
I mean, I can head to the underground. Well, it already told me that this area is going to be the lost place that I'll need to visit this chapter. Or do I just leave and go to this guy's place? And yes, it would be bad to just keep on streaming for the rest of my life, starting right now. Considering you're not even allowed to sleep on stream because then you can't monitor chat. So, as far as I know, at least it used to be in the terms of service and stuff that you actually monitor chat and interact in some shape or form. So, that kind of makes sleeping on stream, well, not illegal, but prohibited.
Von Glau is at the club.
Fine. Well... fine. It's not even showing up that I'm supposed to go there later, so... Yeah, it's not like I've completed chapter 2 this stream, or I'm about to complete chapter 3 in this stream. Yeah. The first chapter took me 2 streams. Now it's 2 chapters, 1 stream.
They're busy. They're busy. I've already... Dead? I don't think...
So, do I need to splice something?
If I'm gonna do a splice, I can't see any reason to make a splice.
Okay.
I can't see any I can't see any I've done enough. I can't see any
Okay, so it's none of that. Yeah, true. But just saying, if I remember correctly, that's how it used to be at the very least.
I don't think I should.
Haven't really been keeping track of all the different changes in TOS and all that stuff.
I've already bonded with those two.
I just try not to, well,
It is
break any of the past or current rules, or get close enough to breaking them where I need to look up what the specific wording is.
I don't think I should get too comfy around here. That wouldn't.
Nope, he doesn't want it. But either way, spending the rest of my life on stream is not something I'd want to be doing. I do kind of have a life outside of streaming, so yeah, I know it's revolutionary. So what would I want to do? Really? Wait, what? Hope you weren't driving an actual car. So anyone want to see the cuckoo clock? No? Mind if I hang it up here? No. Yeah, I think I need that hint, because as I said, this is me at all the parties. Fair enough. Alright. Because don't sleep and drive an actual car.
I don't think I should get too comfy around here.
Falling asleep while gaming, I mean, well.
I can't read it. It's in German. I can't.
So, what would I do with it? Do I stab the magazine? No. Alright. I'll just try and use it on things.
That's a thought.
What? 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 Yes, put the magazine in your tape recorder. What? Makes no sense. Or, oh, I hid it in there.
I hid the tape recorder inside the magazine.
Wow. Wow. Right.
They're busy.
Now I can talk to them. Just putting the magazine back. Don't mind me. Don't mind the fact that it's super bulky now. Yeah, don't mind any of that.
Just wanted to put this magazine back.
it wasn't very good.
Tape recorders are so very inconspicuous. Something always. He was mumbling.
Gentlemen, excuse me.
2 beers, okay. And he's off. Hope no one is going to check the super bulky magazine.
I apologize for not getting to you sooner. Have you been enjoying yourself?
Oh, it's been loads of fun.
Good. I'm glad you're going with us tomorrow. We don't get started until the afternoon, so won't have to worry about staying up late tonight.
I have to warn you, my hunter's
Staying
kind
up
of
late.
rusty.
I'm sure you'll do just fine.
Was? I demand to know what you're doing at this club.
What?
Baron wants out.
Really?
Are you aware that this guest of yours has been asking intimate questions? Poking
Intimate?
around in our personal affairs?
Intimate?
He must be a reporter. Or the police.
What do we have to fear from a reporter or the police? Although I can promise you her night is neither.
You don't care that he's prying into our private business? What possible motive could he have?
Gar! Please. He's my guest. You're the one who's turning that into an inquisition.
Then it is on your head.
I really shouldn't have left that magazine there.
I apologize for that.
And those mugs are hideous.
Defended me, I'm not exactly helping the harmony around here.
Believe me, the harmony was shattered a long time before you came. Poncel gets territorial. I'm tired of it, frankly.
Well, I should go anyway. I wanted to clean up before tonight.
All right.
Good night, everyone.
They've got a date, though.
I should be home soon.
Wait. Oh, clean up before tonight. Clean up for their date. Oh. 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 Alright. Time to, well, get out his fancy coat. What? Is he gonna be attacked in a second? And he's wearing the medallion, really. He's wearing it like that. That's great. It's so stylish. So incredibly stylish. Beautiful. And I was commenting on the fact that the design on them seemed hideous. Anyways, can't stop the stream here since I can't save here, so I'll start the chapter and then save and end the stream. So, just in case anyone has any raid recommendations, you can, well, let me know about those. Okay. Wait, is that snow? I mean, fine, it's March, but... Do I know her? What? Horses? A carriage? A sleigh? Okay. Yes, we get it. They're howling while running, somehow. Just constant howling. Have you ever been near a wolf? They just howl non-stop. They don't need to breathe. Fine. Alright. She was having a nightmare. A very weird nightmare. But okay. Anyways. As I was saying, this is the end of the stream. So, I'll see if I know anyone who's live around now. I usually don't, but it's always worth checking. Oh, Tom is live, so. Well, you could always raid Tom. So, anyways, thanks for watching. I'll be streaming again on Wednesday, so yeah. For those of you who don't know, I stream Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. And in case anyone wants to join the Discord server, I'll drop the link in chat. There. So, thanks for watching, and yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Bye!